Good evening and welcome members, the public present and anyone watching online on the Council YouTube channel to this Council meeting of Cambridge City Council. Some housekeeping announcement first. We are not expecting the fire alarm to go off. If it does, please leave everything and follow the exit sign on the Peace Hill side of the building. And exit via Peace Hill door and assemble in St. Mary's Passage. Members of the public watching may see councillors using laptops and phones during the meeting. This is because many of us now use our laptops and phones to read the agenda, information pack, and speeches, and it enables us to contribute to the meeting in an effective way. As we now stream all meetings, members should be aware that the content of your devices may be caught on camera. We have a very helpful agenda tonight and a large number of public questions received. I know we will have strong debate, but I ask that councillors are succinct and do not repeat each other. Agenda item 1, confirmation of the minutes. May I approve as the correct record in the minutes of the meeting of the council held on 18 July 2024, found in the agenda starting on page number 9. Thank you. And now the agenda item has been approved. Agenda item 2, to note the returning officer's report that the following has been elected to the office of the councillor for Romsey Ward. Welcome Councillor Gardner Smith to the council. On behalf of members, I would like to congratulate you on your election. Now, agenda item 3, Mayor's announcement. Apologies have been received from Councillors Bajent and Councillor Shield. Councillor Martinelli will be participating in the meeting online. Are there any other apologies? Yeah, thank you. Should I read?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I've got one. I don't think Patrick's here, and he did say that he probably wouldn't be able to make it, but he wasn't quite sure. So as he's not turned up, may I give his apologies? Yeah, we had a last-minute one from Rosie. She's going to be about 15, 20 minutes late. Beg your pardon for that interruption.
Now, I would like to read a statement. I would like to take a moment before we begin tonight to echo the sentiments expressed by the Prime Minister Keir Starmer on the crisis in the Middle East. Over the last year, the world has witnessed horrific death, destruction in Palestine, Israel, and most recently in Lebanon. We must not grow numb to the tragic death of tens of thousands of innocent men, women, and children who have been tortured and murdered. The Cambridge City Council, together with the people of Cambridge, stand united in the pursuit of peace and reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the protection of civil rights for all. In this moment of deep sorrow and distress, we extend our heartfelt condolence, steadfast support, and solidarity to all those who have endured and continue to suffer in this ongoing conflict. We stand resolute in our shared humanity, advocating for justice, dignity, and peace for every individual, family, and the community affected. Today, I would like to restate the importance of all heads of the state and government actively working to build bridges and to support peace in the Middle East. Last year, we warned about the risk of retaliatory actions spilling over into further bloodshed. This has unfortunately come to pass. We again reiterate our plea for an immediate ceasefire, for peace and diplomacy to prevail in the Middle East, for the return of hostages and our support for two-nation solution. We stand with the Prime Minister's call for immediate ceasefire and in Gaza and in Lebanon, and for the removal of all restrictions on humanitarian aid into Gaza. I would like to repeat the Council's condemnation of all forms of Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, and all forms of prejudice and hatred. We will continue to champion Cambridge as a city of sanctuary, free from hate. I would like to emphasize what Mahatma Gandhi taught us, that an eye for an eye only ends up making the whole world blind, and that we must be the change we wish to see in the world. May I ask you all to stand for a moment of silence, please. Before we move on to the business of the meeting tonight, I would like to update members on some of the events that I have attended and some of those coming up. In August, I attended the laying of Dishburn Stone, a cultural exchange event in association with the Mill Road Traders Association in Italy. On 14th August, I attended Mayor's Day Out in Great Yarmouth, which was a great experience and was enjoyed by everyone. Last Sunday, I attended the Sherwin service and the Harvest Festival, this as well attended by all involved. There are a number of important events coming up in the next month. On 9th of November, there is the commemoration of fallen Indian soldiers of World War I and World War II event. This invite is extended to all councillors, and if you wish to attend, please can you contact the civic team. On 11th of November, I will be leading a 2-minute silence outside the Guildhall to commemorate Armistice Day. There will also be a wreath-laying service taking place on Remembrance Day, 10th November, at the War Memorial on Hills Road. Our city events team will be organizing a gathering there to take place simultaneously with the service at Great St. Mary's Church. Members, I would now like to hand Councillor Jenny Gothropwood a certificate of resolution of thanks for their mayoral year. Would Councillor Gothropwood please collect the framed resolution? Thank you.
I hope it's okay to speak, but I just want to say thank you to everybody. This has been, it was a huge honour. Mayor Beju Thatala will know what a huge honour it is to be the Mayor of Cambridge. And I thank you all for your support last year while I was Mayor. Thank you.
Agenda item 4, declaration of interest. Do members have any interest to declare?
Inexplicably, Mr. Mayor, I'm a recipient of the winter fuel allowance.
Any? Yeah.
I am employed by the NHS in relation to one of the motions.
And Councillor Biggs.
Like Councillor Smith, I find myself in that accidental position.
I too, Mayor Beju, I'm Beju Thatala. I am also in receipt of state pension. I am also a member of Parkinson's UK, and many of their members are over 66 or 60. Thank you.
Councillor Mike Todd-Jones, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I ought to say that I'm also in receipt, or at least I was last year, of the winter fuel allowance. Thank you.
Councillor Cherry Baird, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'm in receipt of pension and I was getting winter payment as well. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Likewise.
And again, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Jalwa Hussain.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I am the ambassador of Give Us a Lift, who is working very tirelessly to support Cancer Research Hospital in Cambridge. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Clough, please. Tim,
I'm in
Griffith.
receipt of the pension and the winter fuel allowance.
I'm in receipt of a winter fuel allowance as well.
Councillor Rob Dryden.
I'm now going to miss out on the fuel allowance.
Mark Aston.
Yeah, I received the old age pension and the winter fuel allowance.
Councillor Martinelli.
Thank you, Mayor. In relation to item 8A, I'm employed by the University of Cambridge and Cambridge University Hospital, so I won't participate in that item in any capacity.
Thank you. Councillor Dave Bacon, please.
Yeah, I'm a member of CamCycle, Mayor, and surprisingly, I collect, or used to collect, the winter fuel allowance as well. Thank you.
Councillor Elliot Tong, please.
I'm also a member of CamCycle, Mayor.
Councillor Mike Davey, please.
I've joined the CamCycle gang, although you'll be surprised to learn I don't collect a pension.
Councillor Carlsberg, please. Councillor Holloway.
In relation to item 8A, I am a governor of Cambridge University Hospitals.
Councillor Smith, please. Finally, I have a declaration of interest. I am Mayor's charity is Give Us a Lift. That's heavily involved in NHS. Thank you.
Sorry, are we meant to declare any interactions with the NHS?
Give Us a Lift is Mayor's charity, whereby they are raising funds for a cancer research hospital in Cambridge. Directly or indirectly, I have an interest, I'm disclosing it. Thank you. Members are reminded that they can declare interest at any time during the meeting if anything occurs to them during the debate. Agenda item question number 5. Public speaking rules provided that members of the public must send in the text of their public question in advance of the meeting. The text of the question will no longer be read out as it will be published in advance of the meeting, available in the information pack, and also shared on screen. Members of the public can introduce themselves and advise if they are speaking on behalf of a group. Please, public question time will last for maximum of 30 minutes. The executive councillor or chair of the committee will have 2 minutes to respond. Members of the public have 2 minutes for a supplementary question or can comment on something what has been said, and the executive councillor or chair of the committee has 2 minutes to respond. A bell will ring when you have 30 seconds left, and again at the end of the allowed time slot. So now I ask the Mayor of Cambridge take the discretionary power to change the order of the question. So I'll be going to question number 2 instead of question number 1. So may I ask Mark Kellinman, apologies for my mispronunciation. Would you like to take a seat and at the public speaking table and introduce yourself and advise if you are speaking on behalf of a group? Over to you. Thank you.
On behalf of Cambridge Approaches, which is a non-party political citizens group opposed to EWR's plans for Bedford to Cambridge Railway. What on earth is wrong with a railway? We like railways. They get people off the roads and they help with traffic congestion. They help us get to net zero. Unfortunately, EWR does none of those things. Its sole purpose...
Let me stop you there, please. The question, you have given the question, and now it will be the right of the relevant executive councillor to respond to you. Once he responds, you can have a supplementary question.
Fine. Apologies, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for your question. There's no doubt that extending East West Rail from Milton Keynes to Cambridge will cause disruption, but I believe that the longer-term gains for residents, businesses, and local tourism will be significant, and the environmental impact will be temporary. Trains are now running between Oxford and Bicester with significant shifts from road to rail, while the countryside around the route which has been restored. Compare this with the upgrade to the A241 between Caxton Gibbet and the Black Roundabout, which takes considerably more land than the adjacent railway and will move fewer people or loads. In terms of any disruption caused during construction, responsibility for highways and transport lies with the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough combined authorities with Cambridgeshire County Council and is not something that this council has control over. In addition, mitigation for the disruption of railway services is the responsibility of Network Rail, while it is up to Highways at the County Council and Network Rail to plan for any closure of Long Road Bridge relating to work on the railways. City and ward councillors are notified in advance of works and diversions so we can comment and help to notify our residents of the work being done to create a modern, more integrated transport system for the city. As for representations, as a City Councillor for Infrastructure, co-chair of the East-West Rail Mainline Partnership, reserve on the Combined Authorities, Highways and Infrastructure, and also the Assembly Member on the Greater Cambridgeshire Partnership, I am fortunate enough to have the opportunity to discuss transport and infrastructure in many forums, and who knows, I might even get to speak to the Secretary of State. When I do, I will emphasise the need for a joined-up transport system and our ambitions to make Cambridge the best transport city in Europe. While I appreciate that your views are sincerely held, I do not share them, but I will, of course, reflect the fact that some residents are strongly opposed to the East-West Rail development.
You have a supplementary question? Yeah, I can respond. Please, yeah.
Environmental impacts are not temporary, they're permanent. So East West Rail says 80% of the residents in Cambourne, and Cambourne's going to quintuple, and 60% of the residents in Tempsford, which is a new town being built in a floodplain, close to where the 421's been flooded for most of the last fortnight. 60% there, 80% in Cambourne, will come into Cambridge to work by car. This will mean modal shift away from rail and into road. The station, which is one of the 10 busiest routes in the whole of Network Rail, Cambridge to King's Cross, is going to be closed for a minimum of 4 months. And I'm afraid it's going to come back on this city council. Residents cannot work out what the mayor does, what the county does, what the GCP does, but they all know where their local city councillor is. Long Road closed for 13 weeks. How are people going to get to Addenbrooke's? How are people going to get across town? How are teenagers going to get Long Road and Hills Road? I know my councillor, Karen Young, is going to speak about the Cancer Hospital, which has been delayed, we think. Well, cancelling East West Rail, 8 billion, would go a long way to getting that project restarted. Thank you very much.
Can the Executive Council respond? Again, you have 2 minutes.
Well, if Cambridge Station is incredibly important to all of us in Cambridge, and if and when when we know what is happening and it's clear, if there are severe delays at Cambridge Station, we will speak strongly against this. But also, we'll wait and see what the details are for the disruptions when the plans may come forward later this year. But I appreciate you coming in and telling us about your strong views. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm moving to question number 3. Penny Morris, expected to be online. Would you like to take... Okay.
I can't hear you now.
Yeah, could you just introduce yourself?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, what do you want me to say? Introduce the letter?
Could you please introduce yourselves and advise if you're speaking on behalf of a group?
Yes. Penny Morris, I'm a patient at Lensfield Road, and I wrote the letter with Angela de Boer, who's a patient at East Barnwell Centre. And our question is, and we also come from the Cambridgeshire Keep Our NHS Public group. Our question is, how will you, as a council, committed to proper...
May I stop you? The question is already received.
Okay,
and that
fine.
You can see and you'll receive a response from the relevant executive councillor.
Good. So I'm waiting for a response, is that right? And then I respond a bit.
Executive council respond?
Yes, thank you very much for your question. The East Barnwell Health Centre is owned and maintained by the local NHS estate, but as you referred to in your question, primary care services are now going to be provided by Malling Health. That specific procurement exercise was undertaken by the NHS, so I'm afraid that's not something that I'm able to comment on. I recognise that the transition is something that may be difficult for many patients, and as a City Council, we do want to offer what support we can with that. We've been doing a lot of work in Abbey in recent months to provide a forum for consistent engagement with residents on a whole range of issues, but that also includes healthcare. And just last week at our Shaping Abbey event, we had representatives from the integrated care system, and they fielded questions and they offered support to residents in relation to the transition to the new GP services provider. Council officers also work closely with all the local primary care networks and the integrated care system on health and wellbeing services, including budgets, resources and plans for developing preventative health initiatives. And that's something we'll continue to do, both in East Barnwell and elsewhere in the city.
Okay,
Thank
do
you.
I have to-
Penny Morris, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, what about how are you going to help ensure the quality standards of the staffing? Are you going to keep an eye on it? I mean, it's very good all what you're doing in public engagement, but for example, Manning will employ associates who are not qualified doctors. There are guidelines from the RCGP. I mean, I think people, as the previous speaker spoke, we expect our city council to stand up and be counted in terms of some sort of monitoring and some sort of making sure that things are going to be okay for people, because it's a creeping worry because of the rest of very good practice in Cambridge, which has been a sort of beacon, is all under threat by this.
Can you respond to that, the Executive Councillor, please?
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that people are worried about both this particular health centre and the potential for concerns at other centres around Cambridge. So, as I say, we will continue to work with the integrated care system to have contact with primary care networks, and so we can pass on concerns from residents. I mean, we wouldn't necessarily have a sort of official role in terms of auditing quality. That wouldn't be a place of the council, but we can certainly pass on any concerns and continue to communicate as far as possible. So I hope that that's satisfactory.
Thank you. Now, I will go back to question number 1. Sarin, would you like to take the seat at the public speaking table and introduce yourself and advise if you're speaking on behalf of a group?
I'm Zareen Taj Islam. I'm speaking on behalf of Cambridge Stop the War and the residents of Cambridge who have been campaigning tirelessly for years now for the freedom of Palestine and against the genocide in Gaza.
Thank you. Can the Executive Councillor respond? Please, can I remind you that you have 2 minutes to respond?
Yeah, thank you very much and thank you for your question. As you will be aware, the City Council has a statutory duty to promote community cohesion and the safety and well-being of all its residents. When advised to do so by the previous government last year, the Council did not fly the Israeli flag, and we do not intend to fly the Palestinian flag because we believe that that might be open to misinterpretation. The Council, over the last last year, has opted for other means to express our opinions and views on the conflict, which are not open to misinterpretation. In May this year, the Council unanimously passed a motion on Palestine and Israel, and the fourth statement, which was the fourth statement we'd made about the Middle East, by the Council, by the Mayor, and by the leaders of the political groups since October the 7th last year. The Council has a webpage to encourage donations to organisations that provide medical aid and humanitarian relief to the people in Gaza, and we have also committed to explore alternative banking arrangements to Barclays at one of only 2 councils in the country. The Council will continue to condemn all forms of Islamophobia and anti-Semitism and work to champion Cambridge as a city of sanctuary. As such, we will be reviewing our flag protocol with an aim to look at flying flag for peace on the appropriate date. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Sarin, do you have a supplementary question?
This government and this council have meant that me, as a British national and as Cambridge resident, have blood on my hands. The mayor at the start acknowledged the massacre of people, innocent people, in Gaza. Over 16,000 children have been killed, 902 families entirely obliterated. The council's position on this situation is hypocritical because the Ukraine flag was flown in August last year. To not take a stance is to be silent against the genocide. We refuse to remain silent. If you have a building and offices called Mandela House, you will know that he was once called a terrorist, and now we champion him as the architect who got rid of apartheid in South Africa, which is better for all people. To live in a white supremacist state that oppresses people because of their ethnicity or their religion is abhorrent to the 21st century. People in the American South understand what segregation did in dehumanizing people, degrading their lives, and making them less than human. We refuse to let Palestinians be considered less than human and their lives expendable. The most horrendous weapons are used and battle-tested in Gaza to be sold by our government to the world's military. We refuse to be complicit, and we ask the Council now to reconsider your decision not to fly the flag of Palestine to show that you are in solidarity with the people that are not entitled to get aid because they have been under siege by land, sea, and air. Any other conflict in Sudan, in Congo, in Lebanon can have aid delivered to them. We can drop food parcels. We can send Red Cross brave teams in to help people. We cannot, and we have been able to do that in this past year. And this massacre did not start in October 2023. In 2014, I asked the Council to fly the flag of Palestine because we considered it a genocide then. 2014. There was another attack in 2021. These attacks have been going on. It's a slow genocide of the Palestinian people. You are not regarding the people in this city and in the university that are Palestinian. You are not regarding the huge swell of support for the oppression of against the oppression of the Palestinian people. Reconsider now. No to blood on our hands because of your actions. Apartheid fell because city councils around the world took action. The action came from bottom up. You can do this.
Thank you. I don't think the Executive Councillor, do you want to respond to that?
Just very briefly I've heard your comments. As said previously, we have undertaken a number of motions now and unanimously called for the government to stop selling arms to Israel. That was done in May. We have taken steps to...
Nonsense, ridiculous, rubbish. We are asking, we're not asking for what we've already done. We're asking for the next thing.
Look, Shireen, we have listened to you and the Executive Councillor is responding to you. Maybe that's not the answer you're expecting, but he is responding. So he is responding. Once he responded, then I'll go to the next agenda item. Thank you.
I'll keep this brief. I would ask you to look at what we've done through the motions in May. I've indicated we'll be reviewing the flag protocol and we'll be deciding then, when that's done, what will take the steps. And it's likely, we hope, to be flying a flag of peace. But thank you for your comments and thank you for your questions.
Thank you. Now I will move to question number 4. I understand the question has been deferred and a written response will be provided to the question. So I will now move on to question number 5. Question number 5, Sarah Nickmanis, would you like to take a seat at the public speaking table and introduce yourself and advise if you're speaking on behalf of a group? Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Sarah McManus. I'm speaking as a Cambridge resident. Thank you.
Can I ask the Executive Councillor to respond? Please, can I remind you that you have 2 minutes to respond? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I have no difficulty in agreeing with the commitments you asked for and would emphasise how these issues are already considered carefully by both officers and members of our planning committee in sometimes delicate balancing that is required when we assess some of the more complex schemes that come before the committee. For example, taking a look at the 170-page report prepared by officers for the recent application for development on the former landfill site on land south of Coldham's Lane serves to illustrate how sometimes competing objectives can be reconciled with the careful construction of permissions and obligations and with extensive dialogue between experts within and beyond the council. In that case, we, committee members, took over 4.5 hours to consider the application. The resolution of that committee also mandated significant further work to finalise the detailed conditions, crafted with experts to safeguard human and environmental interests before any decision notice is issued following the committee's recommendation for approval. I am therefore confident that the Shared Planning Service and myself and fellow councillors on our planning committee already take our obligations to our residents and environment seriously. Noting how reports and debates can be lengthy and recognising the significant public interest, we will continue to try and find ways of better explaining how and why we make our decisions. We're also exploring ways to improve the way the committee works to make the complex planning process more understandable to residents, and I hope that everyone with an interest in planning will continue to provide insight and advice as to how we can work together towards that objective. In the meantime, I want to assure you and our residents that the objectives you outline are already central to our processes. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah McManus, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you for your response, Councillor Thornborough. The purpose of planning, as opposed to conditions, is to ensure that a development is viable and does not have any unacceptable impacts, which later conditions may be unable to resolve. Conditions accept that a viable outline design exists that will not create unacceptable impact, and the conditions ensure that detailed design is informed by any further studies and then adhered to during construction and operation. Effectively, conditions deal with how a development will be achieved. Planning deals with if a development can be achieved. It seems, however, that the Council is using planning conditions to enable planning applications to go ahead when there are still serious issues outstanding that it may not be possible to resolve. For example, the serious ground contamination regarding the proposed development of the land south of Coldham's Lane. Scrutiny of long-term environmental risks, such as the very possible Erin Brockovich contamination of the watercourse at Cherry Hinton Lakes, properly resides with the Planning Committee and not individual officers under pressure from developers. Will the Council ensure that in future, developers will be required to submit detailed evidence to demonstrate that the design can be achieved within the site constraints without unacceptable impacts on our local environment in advance of planning approval? Thank you.
Can the Executive Council respond? And shall I remind you, you have 2 minutes, please.
Thank you for your further questions. The Planning Committee would always like to minimise the amount of conditions and also to be assured as much as possible about what can be achieved. But in the case, for example, the land south of Cherry Hinton, the Environment Agency and the local environment officer were accepted that a very stringent condition would be put in place because of the unique situation and circumstances for that particular site, where the condition would have to be discharged before further work can be done. And your concerns were absolutely raised by members of the committee and discussed in great detail, and it was only as a result of the reassurances by the environmental officer that the condition, I think there were some proposed amendments, were agreed before the committee committee chose to make the decision about the planning application. In an ideal world, absolutely, we would like things up front, and we would always try to work towards that. But there are situations where conditions are unavoidable. Thank you.
Thank you. Now let me move to question number 6. Peter Person, you here? Yeah. Would you like to take a seat at the public speaking table and introduce yourself and advise as if you're speaking on behalf of a group? Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Peter Parsons, I'm a Cambridge resident. I suppose I could say I'm speaking on behalf of all council taxpayers in Cambridge.
Thank you very much. Can I ask the Executive Councillor to respond? Please, can I remind you that you have 2 minutes to respond? Thank you.
Hello, thank you for your question. The payment of service charges for individual property interests is a matter outside of the remit of the planning function of the local planning authority because it does not relate to a planning policy objective such as affordable housing and housing affordability as defined in the local plan. It is also inappropriate for me to comment on the historical property transactions made by the fire authority and any subsequent liabilities on them or council taxpayers. Earlier responses have made clear that there is no breach of the S106 or planning permissions for this site. It would not be appropriate to consider the applicant's approach to this development in any future planning applications made by them as to give significant weight to this issue as a matter of course would extend beyond the remit of the material planning considerations appropriate to apply to an application of an individual or company where permission itself runs with the land, not the applicant. This point has in fact been debated nationally by government in the past. On that basis, I have nothing further to add to my earlier comments at the previous council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Peter Person, do you have a supplement question?
Yes, please. My point is around the Section 106 agreement and how that was entered into. Basically, the end result of this Section 106 agreement is that it is costing council taxpayers money, not benefiting them. To date, that is something like £50,000, and I'm talking about the fire authority's costs here, that have been transferred to council taxpayers that was an obligation of the developer under the Section 106 agreement. And that's my simple point here. I have also established that actually the Section 106 agreement was not properly adhered to. A clause in the 106 agreement indicated that before the development could commence, there had to be an affordable housing scheme document approved by the council. That was actually never done. I have subsequently tried to find that document under Freedom of Information, and it's been confirmed by the council that that document does not exist. This therefore allowed the developer to do whatever they wanted with the leases and the terms of the 106 agreement, ending with them shifting their obligation under this agreement, the costs of the obligation, to private leaseholders, which I accept is a separate civil matter, but also to the fire authority. And the end result is the 106 agreement has cost to date council taxpayers £50,000, and that figure will increase on an annual basis.
Do you want to respond to that? You have 2 minutes.
I know that this matter has been ongoing for several years, and there has been engagement with the officers. If there's more information that you would like to bring to their attention, I think you should write in, and that can be reviewed. But I don't think I can say any more really here in this council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next question, number 7, Adam Hechtals. Maybe I'm pronouncing it wrong again. I believe Adam Hechtel is virtually present in the meeting. Would you like to introduce yourself and advise as if you are speaking on behalf of a group?
Hi, good evening, panel. I'm not speaking on behalf of a group. I'm a resident. Thank you very much. And yes, I'm virtual as we speak.
Can I ask the Executive Councillor to respond? Please, can I remind you that you have 2 minutes to respond? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Cambridge City Council's Comprehensive Equalities and Diversity Policy outlines our commitment as an employer, as a service provider, and as a community leader to challenge discrimination and promote equality of opportunity in all aspects of our work. The Black Lives Matter Council motion of July 2020 further sets out the Council's commitment to tackling structural inequality and discrimination. In this, the Council expressed its solidarity with the Black Lives Matter movement and welcomed its duty as a public leader to actively tackle racism locally. October is Black History Month, which the Council supports annually, which provides opportunities to learn about and celebrate each other's cultures and promote community cohesion. Support from the Council includes funding our partners who run some of the events, providing grants to support the work being done, or by our colleagues providing logistical support to the programme. In relation to the support that the Cambridge City Council provides to citizens directly to tackle racism, we run a racial harassment service to offer advice and to help anyone living in or visiting Cambridge that suffers racial harassment. The racial harassment service will find out what support the person needs and assess the danger of further incidents. They'll also try to contact any witnesses and alleged perpetrators with the consent of the victim. If consent is given, it will want to obtain statements from all parties concerned. We also provide community grants to voluntary and community sector organisations tackling economic and social exclusion, including those supporting different ethnic communities. For instance, funding to the Cambridge Ethnic Community Forum.
Thank you. Adam Hechtel, do you have a supplementary question?
I do, Mayor. Yes. Thank you for your response. I think specifically my question relates to what percentage of people of colour are actually working within the council currently, and has that percentage actually improved since the 2020 motion was passed? It would be good to know that, and I think particularly it's relevant and apt considering there was a very important question on Palestine earlier, which I think links which links up with this. It would be also, I would ask if someone within the Labour Council can actually write to me and give me written evidence of what steps have been taken to address this imbalance, if there is an imbalance, and what they plan to do in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your second question. Certainly I can go and ask for that information, and we can write to you and give you that information once I've discussed it with the officers. I know that we do keep figures for assessment. Thank you.
Thank you. We have not much time left, but we have decided, I have decided to take question number 8. Question number 8, Mahoney Goodman. Would you like to take a seat at the public speaking table and introduce yourself and advise as if you are speaking on behalf of a group? Executive Councillor, do you want to respond to that? The first part of the question. Yeah.
Yes, I can. If you're listening, thank you for your question. I agree that we need more space for homes for Gypsy and traveller communities, and we want to provide them. As you note, it was South Cambridgeshire District Council that rejected the application of Chesterton Fen Road, and I can only refer you to the application decision notice and delegated report on the planning portal for their explanation of the refusal. You're right that residents will use the services and facilities that are convenient and appropriate to them, and for those on Fen Road, this is likely to be those provided within Cambridge, given the proximity of Chesterton Fen Road to East Chesterton, and providing the right facilities is a responsibility for the whole community. As you may know, Labour Council has committed to finding a permanent stopping site for Gypsy, Roma and Traveller communities, and I take that commitment very seriously. We have commissioned consultants to prepare an accommodation needs assessment of Gypsies, Travellers and travelling show people for Cambridge and South Cambridgeshire. It will identify how many additional Gypsy and Traveller pitches and travelling show people plots are needed by 2041 within the Greater Cambridge to meet needs, and this assessment is due to be published shortly. The accommodation needs assessment will feed into the new Greater Cambridge local plan, which we are preparing, with the local plan setting out the pitch and plot requirements for the area and showing clearly how this needs will be met. It's not a fast process, but it should provide a long-term solution that will meet people's needs. In the meantime, I join with you in saying clearly that we stand with Gypsy, Roma and Traveller members of our community and strongly oppose any prejudice against them.
Thank you very much, councillors. And now that was the end of the public question. And now we will move on to agenda item 6 and to consider recommendations of the executive for adoption. We now turn to the agenda item 6A on page 57 to 170. Recommendation of Executive Councillor for Housing concerning housing revenue account, medium-term financial strategy. Does Councillor Baird wish to introduce this item?
Thank you, Mayor. The Housing Revenue Account. It's now my great pleasure to present the Housing Revenue Account Business Plan and Medium-Term Financial Strategy for 24-25 to Council and recommend it for approval. It was approved by Housing Scrutiny Committee in September 17th. The strategy is a key long-term planning document that comes out each year covering the housing landlord services we provide as a city council. It looks at any required changes in the financial strategy or policies for businesses that we need to make sure that the housing revenue account is in good order. It affects the lives of thousands of people living in Cambridge, something we should always remember. Before we discuss the report, I'd like to thank the officers for the hard work and to say how pleased I am with it. I'm particularly pleased to see the number of council homes we have built and started building, particularly as we now have a Labour government working hard to sort out the housing crisis across the country. We are doing our bit. I was lucky enough to speak to Angela Rayner, Deputy Prime Minister and Housing Minister, and it does feel good to say that at the recent Labour Party conference. I told her that Cambridge is close to delivering 1,000 homes under our building programme and invited her to come and see the work we're doing. But just having a new government doesn't fix things overnight. As we all know, it's clear that the next few years are going to be tough and we need to look after our housing finances carefully, be responsible, sensible, and not assume that new funding is coming along. And that is what we're doing. At the moment, we don't know what rent increases we will propose at the rent standard for 25-26 and beyond has not been published. We're assuming an increase in line with the CPI 0.5% uplift in place of the previous 1%. We're here to build new homes and maintain and let our existing stock working to meet people's long-term needs for the stable housing in well-designed and maintained buildings. On April the 1st, we had 7,671 dwellings under management, and we anticipate this falling slightly to 7,663 by April 25, largely due to the reduction in the number of bedsits. This is a significant increase in the last decade, when we had 7,016 properties. We also have freehold on around 1,200 leasehold flats. We're working to improve our housing stock and continue to target 2035 to get all of our properties to EPCC. And we continue to make progress with the tenant audits, which is helping us to identify cases where tenants need help and support. Officers are having to deal with this, and I want to thank them for the difference they are making to people who need this. At the moment, we are losing housing stock as tenants buy their properties. We hope that the new government will review this, as it remains a problem for us. But we continue to build new homes and redevelop council properties to much higher building standards. And we will hand over from 3 sites by the end of November, which are the Meadows, Sackville and Aragon. And one of them will be the 1,000 home build since we received the devolution funding. Work has completed on Coville Road in the heart of Cherry Hinton to replace 16 ageing homes with 48 new council rented homes. And moving out and getting help from, Stanton House residents are now moving out and getting help from independent living experts to move to more suitable, better quality homes in the city, whether it's sheltered accommodation where needed. It's great to see this progress and to see the difference we can make to people's lives. This report shows that we have a comprehensive plan to deliver for our tenants in the future. We are managing to build and maintain quality homes to high standards that people can afford and where they can live good lives. It's one way that this Labour Council are delivering for the people of Cambridge. I commend this report to the Council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Is there a debate? The spokes have up to 5 minutes in debate. All other councillors have up to 3 minutes. After any debate, Councillor Jerry Bade, as the Executive Councillor, has the right to reply. Councillor Tong, please.
Hello. Now, I imagine I'm going to end up being cut off for reaching the 5 minutes because there is so much stuff in the medium-term financial strategy and there is so much to talk about. I'm going to try and vaguely organise this by a little bit of theming to make this run a little bit smoother. And to start, I'd like to talk about repairing properties because this is immensely important. We have to make sure our housing stock is in good quality so that residents, as Councillor Budd has said, can live the best lives possible. We have consistently seen issues with underestimating the cost of repairs because of the fact often we end up with finding more reports than we would normally. Underreporting is quite a big issue in several wards. So going forward, as we begin to do things like tenant censuses, I think we're going to find far more repairs than we used to. We're going to especially need to make sure that we invest more money into responsive repairs. One of the big things we need to make sure we're focusing on is condensation, damp and mould. I talk about usually this at about every HSC meeting because condensation, damp and mould is such a serious issue, especially in Abbey, where I've previously been told around 1/3 of the city's total cases of CDM tend to be housed. CDM can cause serious health conditions, so You know, we can't underestimate it, and I think it's great that council officers are very productively working on how to tackle it as an issue. One thing I would love more information about from Councillor Bird, if possible, is why the risk and compliance budget was underestimated by £500,000, because that's quite a lot of money, and I unfortunately forgot to raise that point at HSC because there were quite a few things being brought up last session. It was quite a long one. Now, moving on to the next main topic I want to discuss was our housing stock, because as Councillor Bird has said, we are building housing, and that is great. However, as of June 2024, we have to keep in mind that there were 2,825 applicants on the housing register, which is a lot, even more when you consider the fact that an applicant isn't just one person, as sometimes it's accidentally misrepresented. An applicant can be multiple people or a household. So, although we are building housing and we're working hard on this, we're not keeping up with the demand. One of the things we're especially struggling to keep up with is the demand for housing available at social rent. And in Cambridge, this is housing that we desperately need, not just affordable housing, but social rent housing, which is available to a wider range of people. Because at the moment, we're seeing working people and working families actively getting pushed out of the city because of the cost of housing. And I don't think all of our new developments are really actually seeking to solve this problem. We see situations like Davy Road, where we're seeing 32 houses available for social rent shrink down to only 5, which is a really disappointing number. The same sort of pattern goes for Fanshawe, where we're seeing, I believe it sunk down to 0 in the end of social rent. These developments aren't solving the shortage of what we need in Cambridge. And I think that really needs to be acknowledged and tackled, and we need to make sure we are focusing our resources on what we need, this sense of quality over quantity. I understand we're working in quite restrictive national government conditions, and I think council officers are working really hard. However, if we're struggling, I think we need to be very clear about that and not mislead the general public, and just be very open about the situation with Cambridge's housing stock. Because I often think we're not clearly communicating how much social rent housing we have available to prospective tenants. Anyway, I'll finish up there because I think that's a good stopping point. A little bit jumbled, thank you.
Now, can I ask Councillor Martinelli to respond? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for letting me join for this item. And thank you to the team for what I thought was a very detailed, transparent report, which is extremely helpful to the council. So firstly and most importantly, I think what's very clear from this report is that the lack of certainty from government on funding now represents an existential threat to the HRA's building programme, and time is close to running out on this point. So continuing our current plans without committed government support would potentially be ruinous, and hence the unprecedented step of commissioning an external opinion on HRA business plan viability, which I think is sensible. Our group thinks that the outlined ask from this council to central government of a strategic partnership and a matched reliable funding stream is a reasonable one, and we can therefore only hope that the council's submission is convincing and that government ministers are open to being convinced on this point. The MTFS does have to be seen in context with another report taken to Housing Scrutiny Committee in September regarding the move to a portfolio approach, by which we understand that the council will aim to develop a broader range of homes at a wider range of rents, including many that go to market. And this clearly is a reflection of the difficult financial position, and indeed has been alluded to by Councillor Tong in his speech. As an opposition, we've always warned against the dogmatic belief that the only homes worth building are council homes at social rent. But the ruling group has, over the last nearly decade, been very clearly committed to this as an overriding goal of the programme, and this change in focus cannot, I think, be undersold. I think it's important we do not swing too far in the direction of our developer partners. The council should, I'm sure we all agree, be aiming to provide a social benefit alongside the rise in the number of houses built in the city, and is really in a unique position to marry those two objectives. So we therefore do, like Councillor Tong, have some concerns about the makeup of some of the newer schemes coming through the HRA. Mixed tenure development should, in our view, be truly mixed rather than divided between council tenants and private renters with different doors and buildings. And we would certainly have serious concerns about the HRA bringing forward individual schemes which fall below the 40% affordable threshold as has been implied and proposed. We wouldn't accept this from a developer, and we shouldn't accept it from the council itself, simply because the overall portfolio were to rise above the minimum acceptable planning requirement. The HRA has never been solely about building houses, and sustainability, of course, remains a critical strategic priority for the council, and we've previously agreed that bold action is needed on this point to tackle our declared climate emergency. The carbon footprint from our housing stock remains a significant issue, and again, we must hope that government comes good on its plan to assist in moving properties to EPC Grade C, as has been already outlined by the Executive Councillor. And again, this must be reflected in the new developments of the portfolio approach. For example, we are once again concerned about the prospect of developments with single aspect homes, which will be more difficult to live in a decade's time, let alone a century's. Overall, I think we must hope that the Autumn Statement brings clarity on available funding, or I think there will have to be significant changes to the HRA budget over the short, let alone the medium term, including potentially cancellation of planned schemes. So at this point, I think we really have no option but to abstain on this report. Thank you.
Any other? Councillor Big.
Thanks, Mayor. I wanted to get some clarification from the Executive Councillor, because I heard her speech and I've seen the report, but could you help us understand this in terms of actual developments and so on? So in my ward, we have at Hanover and Princess Courts a development which has got currently 127 flats on it. And of those, 65% are social housing and 35% are private. The council has emptied the 2 blocks of flats, or is emptying them out, and proposes to have a significantly larger development of 164 flats there, but fewer social housing units, only 74. So 65% social housing goes down to 45%, and the private units go up by 100%, from 45 to 90. Now, this is really disappointing, because this is one of those rare sites that we have within our housing estate near the city centre, which is very convenient for certain types of tenants, and our provision is just getting smaller. Now, I'm sure the flats will be nicer, but out of that increase in the number of units, it's really disappointing to see that we actually get fewer social houses, social flats. So is the Executive Councillor anticipating that we can do better on that redevelopment than I've heard so far? Is there any prospect of us getting back to a situation where we do much better than 5% more than what any developer would have to do on a site that is already a council-owned housing site? It's really important to turn the grand talk about proud achievements into something that actually converts into housing on the ground in places that people want to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to talk? Okay, thank you.
Thank you to the opposition members for their contributions. I think, first of all, to deal with Councillor Tong's points, the condensation, damp and mould absolutely is an important issue. As you know, that's come up many times at Housing Scrutiny Committee, and as you saw at the last committee, a lot of work has been done, and actually we are quite up to date at this point with the cases that are coming through, which I found quite reassuring. Nevertheless, we're obviously going to have to keep working on that. On the point you make about social homes, I mean, I would take it more seriously if you didn't tend to vote against or abstain on pretty much every single real scheme that comes forward. I mean, it's you can say we want social homes, but then when actual schemes come forward, you've got to support some of them as well. The Lib Dems make some more serious points on this, and I'm grateful for their overall support for our new approach, and I think it's absolutely right that the HRA is stable currently, but if we do want to continue building at the rate we're building, because of increasing costs, we are going to have that money from government. And so we've got a record of really good delivery. It's a time when almost no councils are building any social rent. And so I think we've done very well in that time. But we've got that really good record. We want to do more of it, so that's why we're asking government for £200 million. If we get that, we'll be able to build a very large number of council homes. We hope some of those at social rent, some of those at affordable rent. We'll do whatever we can to maximise the number of council homes.
Councillor Mike Davis.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I'd like to start off by just reminding Council that we build more council homes than anywhere else in the country apart from Birmingham per head of population. That's not a fact that should be forgotten and remains an important demonstration of our commitment to council homes in this city. Whilst that's not without problems, and Councillor Tong has alluded to issues around condensation and damp and other issues, I would, as to echo Councillor Holloway's point, perhaps it would be good if you could support the changes that are being made on Ekin Road and in your own ward, whereby there'll be a significant increase in the number of council homes of quality in that ward. I think the question I would point to you is, at one point you were talking about numbers, it's quantity and quality you require. I want to be in a situation like in Vienna, where people choose to go and live in council homes, not to avoid council estates. I think the second thing to say is, in relation to Councillor Bick's point, we're looking at the city as a whole. It's about rebalancing our council house estate and how we make sure that you have wonderful mixed tenure sites such as Ironworks, which are, I have to say, the envy of most cities across the country. And again, it would be helpful to look at what we've actually achieved rather than critique the things we don't do. That's not to say there's work to be done, and we do accept the challenge. The final 2 points I'd like to make is that, again, following the fantastic election of a Labour government, Angela Rayner, who Jerry had the pleasure of meeting, has indicated quite clearly that there will be a focus on council homes and affordable rent. I do accept the point that there needs to be a look at other tenures as well, because clearly there's an issue for those people who are squeezed in the middle, but we've raised this previously at this council. And the final thing is, as you'll all be aware, there's a massive contribution to this city from central government, which we'll be negotiating with them about how we deliver social homes for the people of this city who already live here, and to start to tackle the 2,500 people currently on the waiting list. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Moore, please.
Thank you. Apologies, I'm feeling a bit ropey. It's not contagious. I had just both of my booster jabs yesterday, so I'm not on top form. But I also wanted to comment on the quality over quantity comment, because I would say when you're homeless, I've been homeless with my eldest daughter, when you're living in temporary accommodation, I can absolutely guarantee that quantity matters. And that's why on this side, we are fighting and working for quality and quantity. The schemes that you mentioned in Coleridge, Davy and Fanshawe, on those schemes, we are building more council homes to house more people from our housing register in. They will be top quality homes, energy efficient, and building those council homes changes people's lives. Thank you.
Councillor Anna Smith, please.
Yeah, well, partly Councillor Moore has already stolen my thunder, so I was going to just emphasise we are building really, really high-quality homes across the city. Homes that will reduce bills, homes that will be environmentally friendly, and we are increasing the number of council homes that we build. So to give an example, Councillor Tong referred to Fanshawe Road, currently 20 council houses. That will go up to 34 houses at council rent and 11 houses at intermediate rent. That is a very large increase. And I think it's really important that we stop and consider that. Councillor Davey already mentioned, Cambridge City Council is one of the best authorities for building council homes in the country, and we have done that primarily under a Tory government who was not committed to council houses. Now, none of us on this side of the chamber will ever be complacent about that, ever, because until there is not one single person who is waiting for a council house, we will not stop trying to find them homes. So we will never be complacent, but I think we should stop and consider the huge amount of work that's been done. And I do just want to raise now, I've been desperately looking through the planning information here, and I am happy to apologise if I have got this wrong. But there is a large development of houses very close to where I live in my ward on Rustack Road. They were passed under a planning committee under the last Liberal Democrat administration. I believe that either zero or very few affordable homes were allowed on that site, that the developers went, oh dear, we don't want to build any affordable homes, and the then Liberal Democrat chair of the planning committee believed them, basically. And I apologise if I haven't got that quite right, but I don't think we should be taking lectures on numbers of affordable homes from a council who let an enormous development go through with, as far as I know, almost no proper affordable housing in it.
Councillor Simon Smith, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you stand for a political party that purports to be socially progressive, you do not oppose planning applications that have got schemes that include council houses and affordable homes. You do not oppose or abstain from the housing revenue account that's proposing a vast programme of new council houses in this city. You support it. Have you ever, as an administration, built council houses in this city? If you have, it wasn't very many. It was nothing like this. What's happened in this city is a monumental achievement, and I believe everybody in this chamber should be celebrating that. And if you're not, have a hard, long think about what you're doing on this council. Attacking our programme presses our buttons. Everybody on my side of this chamber is kind of cross about this, because can't you just celebrate what we've done in this administration for poor people in this city who need housing? I think when it comes to it, like say what Councillor Martelli was saying, it would be reckless to proceed without certainty about government funding for this programme. It would be imprudent to do so. And then Councillor Bick says, I want to change the balance of housing mix at Hanover and Princess. But the costs of redeveloping on a regeneration site mean we have to balance the books. So that's why we're doing it that way. That's why we've got the portfolio approach. It will enable us to maximise the number of houses that we build in this city. And we're just going to have to accept different mixes. But unlike a speculative developer, we will build more affordable housing overall than any developer will do. And when we build them, they will be to a better standard than you will see on Darwin Green and the other speculative housing schemes that you see across the city. Thank you.
Councillor Porter, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I suppose I would like to think, as Liberal Democrats, I appreciate there's been some points about the Greens as well, which are slightly different. We have tried to work constructively. You know, we've been pushing for Passive House. And to be fair, and you are aiming for that now. But I think the concerns I make, irrespective of my role on planning, so this is not about the local plan, this is about the HRA, is, you know, we are still seeing single aspect coming through. Now, I understand the financial constraints, but as everyone knows here, single aspect homes are not going to be livable in. That's just to be clear, houses that only have one side. So, for example, flats with rooms all along off a corridor. So there's no through flow of air. We know that in 20, 30 years, those aren't going to be livable in. And my concern, apart from the high quality, is we shouldn't be building assets that people live in that aren't going to be sustainable. You know, and we are having to see, and I understand the financial constraints. You know, I've been housing exposed previously. You know, we've got separate blocks for the council housing. We've got large numbers of doors all off one entrance, which don't match our own local plan. And I note Councillor Anna Smith's comments about viability, but that's something we all, cross-party, I think, have fought in this city to maintain high proportions. And I think attributing a chair of planning is not fair. Planning is a non-political process. And when Councillor Smart chairs it, he doesn't do it as a Labour member, just like a Lib Dem doesn't. You do it for the city. So that's a completely different argument, and I don't particularly appreciate that being brought into the HRA. I think for us, as Lib Dems, we want these to be exemplary places for people to live. And Councillor Martinelli's point about abstaining is we don't yet know if you can achieve that. And again, we have mentioned things like key workers previously, which again, you were never particularly keen on, but I think are coming round to our view now. So I suppose my point is we're hoping that we're constructive, Councillor Smith, in our opposition. And we think that some of the positions we've taken have actually changed things and built better homes for our council residents. So I hope that's noted, because the single aspect particularly do worry me. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Councillor Hussain, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, I want to mention about the housing quality and quantity is a really is a factor for Cambridge. And if we see the history of last 4 years, how many houses the renting, and we see 2024, 528 houses was rented, and only 3 house comes only 4 bedroom. And same as 2003, 2 house, 202, only 3 house. So still this society, lots of people, they want to live grandparents and grandchildren together. But our planning, we force to separate their family, send somebody to care home, and other grandchildren go to child care. But if is our planning, our focus, if we build all the houses small, like a 3 feet wider housing, some planning comes as well, 3 feet wide bedroom. So this type of housing is not really for family growing situation. And we need to focus in future how we can keep our elderly parents, who wanted to keep together. And some planning permission, I saw one example, I am still dealing, not response yet. So there is no people complain about it, but they want to keep her elderly mother at home. They want to make an annex in the garden, but council don't accept this planning. So I think council need to think other way around, not only making small and hit the number, like Labour, they're thinking 1.5 million house will be built within 5 years. It is such a joke. It is only how they can take the vote from people. It's 800 houses a day, Mr. Mayor. We want to see the reality of what they can do. But they should appreciate it. Last Conservative government who funding and who boosting money for social housing in Cambridge, like a Cambridge City Deal. Is it all the money was purposely expend for the City Deal money to social housing, or expend for consultation to bike line or congestion charge or other way? So how we money wisely we expend? And next question is, I was asking this question last year, and our executive said she will answer me, she will email me. I'm waiting whole the year, but I don't get the response yet. The borrowing, page number 102. Next 10 years, we want to borrowing 410 million pound, which one is interest rate based 5% interest. It comes 20 million per year. So that's good. You can make a plan to borrowing. So can you give me this figure, how we repay this money and how much we can grow and how we pay this money? I want to listen from you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Martin Smart, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Members, I just wanted to add a small point really into the mix. I think it's a very complicated area, building council houses, which is why so few authorities actually do it, or do it very well, as we do. We've succeeded very well here, I think, and I have every respect for all of the executive councillors that have headed up the portfolio till now with Jerry. Today, I spent a couple of hours this morning with another councillor at the National House Building Council hub in Impington, and we were there with a group of organisations, including apparently an internet chappie who builds things and puts it on the internet and has lots of followers, but other organisations actually do the work as well in terms of training up apprentices. And just briefly, it was so invigorating and wonderful. There were lots of young people there, teenagers, maybe early 20s, I'm not quite sure of the ages, and learning how to build, basically, build our houses. So it's not just about the houses, it's not just about the residents and all of that. There's a whole set of communities that are involved in this process, and this was one of them this morning. And also the teachers that are teaching those apprentices, and some of them do it voluntarily, some of the work they do. It was just a joyous experience, it really was. And I think Councillor Robertson probably felt the same, because I know he's worked with young people his whole life. And just to see them learn a trade and be able to deliver that trade for us and build our council houses here in Cambridge. So, you know, really well done to them this morning, and Hill and our partnership with them and other agencies that are working with them. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And Councillor Young, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I applaud the ambition from the other side of the chamber. I think you have great, as I say, ambitions. It's great that you want to do so much and build so many houses. I think from our side, I think asking for 200 million from the government is quite an ask. And you know, I wish you luck. I think that we are in a position where we are dependent on the central government like that is puts a great shadow over your plans. So fine words, and I wish you luck in getting them done. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Bennett, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make a quick point on central government restrictions on use of housing finance. I remember going on my initial training on this as a baby councillor to try and understand the system, and about 40 minutes through the meeting saying it's almost as if somebody was trying to stop us building any council houses. And the two instructors looked at each other and said, finally, the girl has got the point. So what my ask is, when you have with Angela Rayner, perhaps you could drop a word in her shell like here about removing some of the historic restrictions we have on housing finance so that we can use those funds better. And also, at the moment, over half local authorities, you know, do not build any council housing at all. I think Mike's nodding to say that is correct. I can't really hear him because obviously he's not got his mic on. So anyway, my plea is, if you have an opportunity to advocate for a housing finance system that does not put so many barriers in local authorities, I hope you'll use that opportunity to do so.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Since that is the case, over to you, Councillor Jerry Bird. Right to respond.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Well, thank you, everybody. Okay, let's start. Repairs. We're doing our utmost to make sure that repairs are done. If they're reported correctly, they will be done. Damp, mould and condensation, as we all know, has been a problem. We're getting through it, and we're just hoping that this winter won't be as bad as the reports we had before. But if it's reported again properly, then tenants will get the surveyor around there within 2 days, so which is important. A housing list. Councillor Tong brought up about it. The housing list does keep growing because we've got families that the children have grown up, they now want a property, they put their names down. Some of them won't probably ever get a place here in Cambridge. They will have to move out to South Cambs, Ely, them areas, which is a shame. Most of us have got children and we don't like the thought of our children having to live somewhere else. One of my daughters lives in Somerset, so it's not fair, you know. She couldn't get a property here. Then you said about not misleading. We never mislead, we tell the truth, not like some parties. So I will say to you that we are truthful for everything we say about our council housing. You say you don't want council housing, but we do want council housing. But it's in some respects we have to have a mixed tenure, because that's the only way then we can build on another site. And I think we've shown our worth there on the housing. The funding's a big thing, and I know we are all hoping that the government will give us something so we can carry on the great work. We're desperate for homes, but like I've said before, I'll say to you, Councillor Martinelli, we've also got to do mixed tenure just so we can afford to build more houses, as you know as well. And we'll carry on doing that as long as we have to. Hanover and Princess, Councillor Bick, is another thing. If I had my way, every single site would be social, because that's what I want. But I know realistically I can't have it. So that's why I've accepted that I'm going to have mixed tenure at some sites. So if Hanover and Princess is more for sale, then it'll have to be. But I know I'll get that money so I can go on another part of the city to build. So I hope you do understand that. Single aspect, we have made a few, Councillor Porro, but we're not going to be carrying on doing that. So just to let you know, so that's something that we are working on. So all I can say, Mr. Mayor, is that we'll carry on build. Some of us here know what it's like to be homeless. Some people don't. They've had that luxury. So we'll keep building as much as we can for our tenants, residents, have decent homes. Thank you, Mayor.
Now we will move to the electronic vote. Members, Councillor Chain Payne and Councillor Huck, have you voted? They can't. May I ask how do you vote? How would abstain? So the results are 24-4 and none none against, and 14 abstention. Thereby, the report has been carried. Thank you. Do you want a short, comfy break now? Thank you. 10 minutes? Yeah. 10 minutes?
Is this the main break? We need more than 10 minutes, I think.
Oh. All on your decision, I'm on your hand. If 10 minutes, 15 minutes? Yeah, how many minutes do you want, Councillor Bay? 15 minutes? Yeah, okay, we'll come back at So now we turn to agenda item 6B on pages 171 and 222. Recommendations of the Executive Councillor for Finance and Resources concerning the General Fund medium-term financial strategy. Does Councillor Simon Smith wish to introduce the item? You have up to 5 minutes to introduce the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I refer to the recommendations to Council on page 173 of the agenda pack. The MTFS is one of the two main annual financial statements for services, apart from housing, the Council delivers. It sets out the overarching strategy through which the Council will ensure medium-term financial sustainability, and this critically includes the Council's approaches to addressing forecast budget gaps and how it uses its reserves to mitigate financial risk. Excluding housing benefits, the Council's expenditure on day-to-day services amounts to £71 million a year, and most of this is funded from fees and charges, council tax, business rates, commercial property, and government grants. The Council's ability to sustain and grow income is bounded by the economy and government rules in the polity. The economy mostly impacts through inflation and demand for parking and other commercial income and property rents. And in the polity, government caps the rate of council tax increases, determines the share of business rates the council can retain, and the amount of grant funding the council receives. From these financial uncertainties, the council is required to create the certainty of setting a balanced budget. This is a statutory duty. As a further level of assurance, the government requires the external auditor to judge the council against three value for money criteria. These are financial sustainability, how the council plans and manages its resources to ensure it can continue to deliver its services, governance, how the council ensures it plans and manages its resources to ensure it can continue to deliver those services, and how the council works to improve efficiency, economy, and effectiveness to the ways it manages and delivers its services. This strategy revises the 5-year budget gap that was identified in the budget setting report to 11.5 million, and this budget deficit is due to a forecast reset of business rate retention monies at a potential cost of £7 million from 2026-27, a cost pressure of £3.2 million per annum due to higher than forecast inflation, real-term cuts in government funding for local government as an unprotected service, and forecast lost interest due to falling interest rates and declining balances, and of course government restraints on investing for revenue. A budget gap of this scale only becomes a difficulty when it's in the hands of a council that hasn't foreseen it, prepared for it, and has no idea what to do about it. Fortunately, the council is in the hands of a proactive, problem-solving and prudent Labour administration. We have foreseen the problem and we've taken 3 actions. First, we've set a strategy to identify and deliver £6 million in savings over the next 2 years, so that we do not load the savings up to the end of the 5-year period, and we do not make too many savings during the first years. Second, we have invested in a multi-year transformation programme under which services have refined their purposes to meet the changing needs of residents, the environment and businesses. Efficient and effective service models supported by digitalisation have been adopted, and we put more effective management structures in place. Third, we have prepared for public consultation proposals for 2.5 million of savings whilst maintaining service delivery, 3.5 million of income and savings to be found from review of council's fees and charges and changes to services. This means that only a fraction of the 6 million of savings will need to be met from changes to service delivery. This is the point where less means less. I focused on the budget gap and savings to be made, so I wish to reassure residents and businesses your Labour Council will remain a progressive and productive service provider, which means to deliver positive ends for the city's residents, environment and economy. In budget making, we will protect and enhance the quality of services we have statutory duties to provide. We will protect non-statutory services we know that are important to residents, and we will listen to your voices on the choices about savings that can be made from non-statutory discretionary services. You can be assured this Labour-led council will continue to make principled and strategic decisions about how we best spend local money to enable residents and businesses to thrive and protect and enhance our environment. Mr. Mayor, this is a financially sustainable, value for money council. I wish to thank all the staff who have been engaged in the service reviews, the support, involvement of staff and trade unions, and all the councillors who have been in support of the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any debate? And spokes have up to 5 minutes in debate, and all other councillors have 3 minutes. And Councillor Big, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the scrutiny discussion of this plan, we were told that the government isn't going to ride to our rescue on a white charger. Maybe it was hopes for this that have caused the council to repeatedly plan tough decisions, but never actually get round to them. First, we were told in the election campaign that there would be no more austerity under a Labour government. After the election, we've had to endure the theatrical revelation to the new government that the last government had left the public finances in a mess, a fact which everyone else knew about before the election. So then the message was refined. We were told that there would only be an end to Tory austerity under a Labour government, allowing for a totally new brand of austerity. But they have always had to do this because before the election, they made the not very brave choice to maintain the Conservatives' public spending plans, which treat local government as unprotected. Mr. Mayor, in the end, the public don't really care whether it's Labour austerity or Conservative austerity, but they do care about unreliable public services which impinge on them. This council, in the end, this council is more fortunate than many in having a private income and big reserves, and that has enabled it to repeatedly carry forwards the need to make difficult decisions. This medium-term strategy suggests that the carrying forward had better stop. This has enabled it, we would agree with that, or these strategies will just sound like a broken record and they will lose their relevance. There are two reasons why I would like to add why this had better stop, which don't appear in this report. First, this whole business of kicking the can down the road is actually soaking up money from the council's reserves, which could otherwise be invested directly in the city to make it a better place. Just two examples are the long overdue improvements to the Market Square, which remain unfunded, and the hopeless case, for example, of the public toilets on Jesus Green. It also protracts the council's never-ending transformation programme, which is expensive in itself. It may be periodically rebranded, but it has cost millions over the last 10 years. It's been the council's strongest growth area. Second, putting off the day has a hugely corrosive effect on the council's staff and the services they provide. The questions asked by council employees at the scrutiny committee showed that staff feel insecure. But not only that, while this process continues, vacancies get frozen. Teams have to work under strength and struggle to meet service standards. Yet year on year, we're told that what needs to be done, but action is mainly a bit later on. And when we get to a bit later on, it's a bit later on still. Last year, the council set out to save £2 million, but saved only 200,000 because it spent the rest on other things, with the result that almost no headway was made. So what is going to happen to ensure the same won't happen all over again? Members on this side support the priority to save money in ways that don't affect public service. But we are delighted to hear the administration believes that the large proportion of them can be achieved like that. But we want to be sure of that, particularly because there's unlikely to be much scrutiny of things the administration has decided don't affect services. In our practical experience, this isn't so clear. Among things quoted as efficiency savings, too flat organisations can leave staff with little resilience for absences. Letting go too many staff can leave a void of knowledge and experience. Leaner staffing beyond a certain point can undermine the ability to retain employees, making vacancies more frequent. These may not seem on paper like service reductions, but in practice they cause delays, backlogs, and glacial response times, which breed frustration and cynicism from the public, who see the result, whether we like it or not, as a reduction in service. So must the avoidance of this kind of service reduction be just taken on trust? We want some commitment that councillors can satisfy themselves of the true line between cuts in service and so-called efficiency savings. The one can end up very much like the other. On the overall objectives, members opposite like to duck and weave. Is this about serving us all by postponing cutbacks in services, or is it about making this a better council? Mixed messaging doesn't inspire confidence. Mr. Mayor, the longer the administration dithers, the longer the staff and the public suffer in any event. The administration should move away from the vague generalities, win support for the granular changes, and get on with it.
Councillor Bennett, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you also, Councillor Bick, for that speech. Because a lot of the points I was going to make would be very similar. If you want to sort of cut well, you cut early, because that reduces the eventual depth of the cuts, and this council has signally failed to do so. I have never in all my professional career seen such a high ratio of the spend on the cost-cutting consultants to the actual savings achieved. I've already spoken at length on this, strategy and resources and other meetings. So I'm going to keep my comments short, but my group has asked me to explain that we will not be voting for the MTFS, and to also briefly state why. The only part that we felt we could support was the calculation of the minimum prudential balance. We thought that that was well done. We cannot support in any shape the Guildhall and Civic Quarter plan, and we don't think residents can understand why you're doing it either. And we are uncertain about the riverbank repairs. We don't think it's acceptable to put that report in front of us without a statement from the ecology officer and a plan of the location. I have since heard from the ecology officer that the site does not have a great amount of biodiversity significance, but he also tells me that efforts will be needed to manage the downstream impact, which will fall on our own ward of Abbey. So we'd like to support the Jesus Green Riverbank repairs, but we can't at this stage. Thank you.
Councillor Mark Austin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you didn't know, you'd think we were talking about a bankrupt council here. You would think you were talking about a council that hasn't got a penny in the bank. We have managed the finances incredibly well. We've done some amazing things. To talk about us and austerity, it was the Lib Dems backing the Tories who started austerity. And again, Councillor Tong, when he became a councillor, was very vigorous about the Guildhall should be used more and improved so people could get in here and see the wonders of it. And that's exactly what we're doing now. We're bringing the Guildhall up to date so it can be used by everybody. So yes, there are things that need to be changed maybe, but this council has done an amazing job over the years. We're not a bankrupt council. We've got money we can do things with. It's what do we do those things with? And again, in Mr. Big's language, slippage is always a thing that occurs in council. And again, Mr. Big taught us, or Councillor Big really taught us about slippage over the years he was in charge. So I would recommend we go forward. And let's get behind things as well. Why do we have to be so negative? Why can't we be proud of what this city is doing? Why are we talking ourselves down? No wonder the residents would get cheesed off if they listened to this all the time. You'd think like I said, we had nothing in the bank. So thank you for being prudent. Thank you that we've got money to debate how we best spend it. And on this side, we'll be doing that as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Tong?
Hello, I just wanted to comment, because my name was mentioned, that although I do agree, I think we need to do some more to give access to some of the materials in the Guildhall to the public. I don't think that's an excuse for us to kind of gild our own offices while people are struggling through the cost of living crisis. I don't feel that the points I've made previously are in any way relevant to this plan. So yeah, thought I'd just comment that for clarity.
Councillor Carling, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to pick up on a few of the points that have been raised here. Councillor Bick started by sort of alleging that everybody knew exactly what the state of the public finances was before the election. But I think what his party nationally are quite clear on, and what he probably knows, is that shortly after the election, we found that there was a £22 billion black hole in the economy. That's very clearly there. The head of the OBR published a letter expressing quite grave concerns and undertaking a review into how that happened, essentially, and what the previous government simply hid, simply was not transparent with the British public, or indeed with other political parties about. So it's not really fair to say that we knew the state of the public finances during the election. We did not. Councillor Ashton's already made the point I wanted to make. Councillor Bick sort of referred to conservative austerity and then accused the Labour Party of austerity, conveniently forgetting the Lib Dem austerity that happened from 2010 through to 2015 and was extremely damaging to the country. This council has protected services from austerity over the past 14 years, and it will continue to protect services while the immense damage dealt nationally by the Conservatives is repaired by the new government. And it is an administration that is committed to transparency, so I don't accept his point that some decisions won't be subject to proper scrutiny. To touch very briefly on the Guildhall and Civic Affairs project, if it is the case that residents can't understand the Guildhall and Civic Affairs project and the value that they're bringing, then that is because of political fear-mongering and whipping up of unhelpful narratives. The project will create immense ongoing savings, the Guildhall project in particular, while at the same time having a phenomenally better civic centre for residents that's properly used and celebrated, while saving us money in the long term, huge amounts of it. It's not gilding our own offices at all.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, since both Councillor Smith and Councillor Ashton used the word prudent, I just think one interpretation of this word is actually conservative, with a small c. It may or may not even be the correct thing to do sometimes. Obviously, you can't spend money that you don't have, but what is Labour doing differently then?
Councillor Moore, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to talk on a couple of issues that have been raised. One around the Market Square, the delays in the works to that. I don't believe there are many people that feel that this project is long overdue than me. I have been pushing for this from the very beginning, and I've also been in many meetings, including in this chamber, where the Lib Dem opposition, also the Greens, have been against this project. So you were asking for it to be delayed a couple of years ago. I actually wasn't in favour of the delay, but unfortunately it has been delayed, but the plans are progressing. In terms of the Guildhall, I suppose I should be surprised that the Greens are against retrofitting the Guildhall to help achieve our net zero targets as a council, but in some ways I'm not. That was at the start of this project. How can we as a council cut our carbon emissions, but at the same time keep this important civic space that belongs to the people of Cambridge? And that is exactly why we're investing in it, to make it a better working environment for our staff. We're the Labour Party. We care about our workers, and it's important for recruitment and retention that we give them a good place to work. And as I say, our net zero carbon targets, and as my colleague has explained, it's also a chance to make really big ongoing savings, and hopefully, depending on the plans, we might also be able to make some income from it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Holloway, please.
Thank you.
It's a point of order. Could you just tell me which tool is broken here?
Apologies, I try not to do this, but in fact, Green Councillor Oscar Gillespie, when he was the Ward Councillor for Market, brought forward a proposal for renovation of the market. That's, I think, about 13 years ago. Thank you.
Yep, just moving on. Councillor Holloway, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to pick up a couple of the points about transformation and about the rate of savings. So the transformation process has taken a while, that's true. That's because we want to do it right, we want to do it carefully. As Councillor Bick and others have referred to, this is also a very difficult process for staff, which means we do want to give them certainty, but we also don't want to rush into taking people's jobs when we don't have to. When we've had single-year settlements from local government, we haven't known how much money we're going to have each year. So we don't want to, I mean, we overall have a bit of an idea longer term, but that uncertainty has meant that it's actually been prudent to not cut too deeply. We don't want to rush into reducing services or indeed laying people off. We also have tried to do this in a way that we've made significant savings already. Transformation is a one-off cost. We're talking about recurrent savings. We've made significant savings, but we've got to make more, and that's not something any of us want to do. That's not why we came onto the council. But inflation and various other factors mean that that's what we're having to do now. So it is taking a while. We are trying to do it carefully and as well as we can, and we appreciate constructive suggestions from all councillors, but I don't think it's fair to argue both that we should be getting on with this and making cuts quicker, but also that we aren't looking after our staff.
Councillor Hussain, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We like to develop. We are welcome to build a nice environment here to sit down and working all this stuff, comfort position. But in front of the building, what is going on, we need to look after this one as well. You see the nightlife in Cambridge, more than 5,000 young men, women, they come to visit Cambridge, and more than 500 professional taxi drivers working night time. But in city, there is not a single public toilet open in night time anywhere. We are forced that visitor who are coming to Cambridge city to visit, to enjoy our diversity city and university city, but we are forced them to relive in open space on the street. Most of them in front of the church, in front of the boards, we see the women, the surrounding, the sit down on the street, and they have to do a pee here. It is a really shame for our council. We cannot give enough facility, toilet facility in Cambridge city, and we are closing all the toilet in King Hedges and Mill Road, and this has green everywhere where all the elderly or people go for walk who have a health issue, but they have to relive in the bush. And young kids who are playing when they're tired or they need to poo or pee and they're using open space. What type of council we are, what type of service we are doing here for our community, we cannot give any hygiene and public facility in Cambridge city. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Davey, please.
Yeah, very briefly, I don't think we should ever forget the legend that is Danny Alexander. He was, of course, the Chief Secretary of the Treasury when the Conservatives came into power with the Liberal Democrats to introduce austerity, which then set the tone for the next 5 years. So I'd hate people to forget Councillor Bick's omission of the Liberal Democratic Party's place in the great scheme of things in austerity. The second thing I'd want to come back to is the definition of prudent, Councillor Holt. Acting with and showing care for the future. That's what prudent means. The budget, the NTFS that Councillor Smith has just presented to us, shows care for staff by not trying to accelerate redundancies where they are not required. It shows care for residents because it's trying to ensure our services are maintained, and it's showing care for this city. That, to me, is the definition of prudence, and that's why this NTFS should be passed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Pora, please.
Apologies, but I think Councillor Lockmatova might have been before me. If that was okay, but I don't mind.
Hello, apologies, I've arrived late and failed to declare an interest on agenda item 6B. So my employer, the engineering firm Max Fordham, are involved in the civic quarter project, and I will not be participating in the vote on this agenda item.
Thank you. Councillor Pora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Much as I hate to bring in a note of consensus, but I would like to agree with Councillor Moore from our perspective in terms of the civic quarter. That is something, Lib Dems have been asking us to look at and use our reserves for, so we are supportive of that. And I'm surprised the Greens are not, because one of the main issues is to try and improve the green credentials. I mean, the heating tonight in here is quite a good example of why we probably need to improve that. It's too hot or it's freezing cold. And the same with the market traders. We are all, as ward councillors, but as cross-party, participating in trying to improve the market. And that is something the civic quarter funding has been put forward to and has been requested by so many residents. We've got a long way to go and a lot more consultation. But and again, the Corn Exchange, it needs redoing. It needs to be more energy efficient. It needs to be better acoustically. It needs to generate more interest from residents and visitors. So I just wanted to note that we are supportive of the civic quarter. Obviously, we will be holding the ruling group to account if we disagree with anything, but I hope so far we are doing our best to participate together to move forward, to make sure that we can use these reserves for the betterment of these buildings, for the city, and for our net zero aspirations. So I agree with Councillor Moore on that one.
Thank you. Anyone else want to talk? Thank you. Councillor Young, please.
That was me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we see promises that we see that cuts need to be made. There's an 11 million budget gap, which is a pretty huge proportion of our net spending. Apparently, great savings have already been made. Well, actually, last year it was 200,000, which is not very much. So we would encourage the Labour group to carry on and make the changes that are necessary. The savings, so-called savings that are coming, a portion of it is budget that they've got that they're not spending on a regular basis. Well, that's not making any change at all. That's correcting your budget. So I have to agree with comments this evening that it's taken an inordinately long period of time. And I can only encourage the Labour group opposite to take this very seriously and as Councillor Bick said, get on with it. It's not good for staff to be kept in limbo for so long and we've been spending so much. I agree we need to find the savings, but I have to say this is an incredibly expensive way of doing it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Anna Smith, please.
Yeah,
debate, actually, because of all the things that I thought I would hear coming across from the opposition benches most often in this. It wasn't, make lots of savings straight away, go on, do it now, quickly, don't really think about it, get it done. I even heard the word cutting quickly used. It almost sounds like the parties opposite are in favour of making as many cuts as possible, which to me seems incredibly surprising, because I'm not sure anyone in the city actually wants that approach. I think what people in this city want is a prudent, a thoughtful approach to our budget that is evidence-driven, that tries to protect services as much as we possibly can, because this isn't some kind of race to the bottom. It's not a race. This is the daily lives of residents. And we should take any decision that is made about residents' daily lives as seriously as possible. So I don't think anyone on this side is in some kind of race to get to the finish line on this, to make if the decisions aren't correct. As Councillor Holloway said, what we're doing here is thinking really carefully about decisions that need to be made around our budgets in the best interests of people in Cambridge. And we will not be goaded into some kind of odd race where I'm not quite sure where we'd be heading.
Thank you. Are there any? Councillor Martin Smart.
Yeah, I thought we were on the budget, but we seem to have talked about toilets a bit, so I just thought I'd have a minute or two. So it's an interesting subject. They're a non-statutory provision. We have 14 toilets in our city, which is great. And it has been said that they're not open at night. Now, to be honest, I'm still beginning in this portfolio. I haven't checked all the toilets at all hours of the day, but I'm pretty sure that some of them in the city will be open because we only charge admission to about 2 or 3 of our toilets from memory. I think the ones on, for example, Gondor Place will be accessible, as the doors are not locked on those toilets and don't require a 20p piece. The other interesting thing, through you, Chair, from Councillor Hussain, is that he spoke about what a terrible city we are, we don't have any toilets open, that kind of thing. Everyone's weeing on the floor. Not true. People go to the toilet in pubs and clubs, etc. But on that, I mean, the bigger picture is that since 2010, public toilet provision in this country has halved, and that's due to the Conservative and Liberal Democrat austerity that was brought in through that period. So that needs to be said. On a more positive note, in the city, we've just refurbished Drummer Street, Cherry Hinton Hall, Coleridge Rec and Cheston Rec toilets, and I visited some of those today, actually, but in the last few weeks, and they are all doing very well, and very pleased to use them.
You've been busy.
Yes, well, I tried to save it up, you know. And, what else did I want to say? Again, seriously, changing room toilets are now available at Drummer Street and in other places across the city. This is an excellent provision. And finally, the final thing I wanted to say, I'm doing well remembering things here, is that for people that have a disability, then they certainly can use the toilet in the city because they'll have a radar key to get access to a toilet. So I think Councillor Hussain needs to get a bit more information before he starts telling us what we can and can't do in the city. I think he was a bit lacking there. Thank you. Through you, Chair.
Councillor Hussain.
Thank you, Martin. I hope I understand what your view. And daytime, yes, few toilet is open, that's true. But I'm telling you about nightlife and the weekend. And you need to come with me on day. I'll show you around the city with the free tour, and I'll show you how many people are standing in front of the church, in front of the board's main door, in front of the guild hall, and I'll show all the wall mark with the P, and women how they relieve their P in the road. Because night time, no church, no pub, they're not allowed to go in somebody after 11 o'clock. It is a misinformation. And if you go night time to see how many people using street for P. So we need something portable or unportable or permanent some toilet facility immediately. That's city deserve. Thank you.
No, I was just going to say if we could please to keep to the agenda rather than speaking about toilets. I know it's a fascinating subject, but perhaps for another time. Thank you.
Since that is the case, now the floor is all for you, Councillor Simon Smith. You're right to respond.
Thank you. I noted the Conservatives' obsession with spending a penny, but we're actually talking about a very substantial budget this evening. I think a lot of the comments have been glib, superficial, and impressionistic, and they do not reflect a very serious understanding of the council's finances and the way in which we manage our budgets. And I think that's very disappointing. I think just turning to the Greens, having declared that they're not going to support the recommendations, I think electors need to know that the Greens are not a party that's ready to fulfil a statutory responsibility for a report which is essentially essential for securing that sustainability, balancing the budget. It's a statutory duty. And if they can't do that, then they can't run a value for money authority. They're just not ready to be a council. And thank goodness this council is Labour-led, because we are prudent and we are responsible, and we will vote for this, and we will fulfil our statutory duty, and we will continue to be a value for money authority. I think just turning to the remarks, which has been, and I think Councillor Bick oscillates between you're hoarding money and you should be spending it, and now you should be cutting and you should be getting on with it. But he's never brought a substantive alternative budget to this council. There's no strategy, there's no plan, and there's really no proposal or no delivery mechanisms have been put forward. So, but I do welcome the support for the Civic Quarter, and I do welcome Councillor Young's support or best wishes for us when we make our representations to government for the £200 million for our housing delivery programme. So I do welcome some aspects of what's just been said. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So now, members, we will now move on to the electronic voting. Before that, members, I will take the vote on recommendation 1 at first. Then I will move on to the recommendation 2 to 4. So recommendation 1. Now, are you intending to vote? Your vote has not been registered. Mark Aston. Vote is 423 and against 5 and abstention 5. Sorry, 9. Therefore, the recommendation has carried. Now I will move on to recommendation 2 to 4. Thank you.
Now 432 and against 4 and abstention 1. Therefore, the recommendation has carried. Thank you. Now, moving on to agenda item 7, oral questions. We now turn to agenda item 6, oral questions, which start on page 17 of your information pack. This item will last a maximum of 30 minutes. The executive councillor, chair or nominee will have up to 2 minutes to reply. The questioner will then have 2 minutes to put a supplementary question or to seek a clarification of the response to the original question. The executive councillor or chair or nominee will have further 2 minutes to reply to the supplementary question. A bell will ring when you have 30 seconds left and again at the end of the allowed time slot. Therefore, I move to question number 1 from Councillor Hug, please.
Question 1, please. You have
Councillor
to say it,
Smart, would you like to respond?
It still is, you have to say it, I have to say number 1. Well, basically, the answer is because it's not safe. The longer answer is the children's play area around Hobson Square and the skate park is not yet open to the public due to a combination of factors related to ongoing construction, safety inspections and necessary approvals. Both the active recreation area and the neighbourhood equipped area for play are still under a maintenance and defects process, which will only be triggered once the certificates of completion are issued. Currently, these areas are not considered complete. Countryside, the developer, is working with subcontractors to bring these areas to a state of completion. Once complete, the areas will undergo an independent inspection to ensure safety, which is essential because the certificates of completion can be issued and the temporary fencing removed. Streets and open spaces will not issue these certificates until this inspection is satisfactorily completed. Further delays have also been caused by factors such as wet ground conditions, the pandemic, the temporary loss of vehicular access. Officers from Streets and Open Spaces are in discussions with Network Rail regarding safe vehicular access, which is required to finish the remaining work. While practical completion is expected by spring 2025, there is potential for parts of the play area to open earlier, but this would require agreement with Countryside, the developer, who retains control of the site. Officers continue to press for early completion. In summary, the delays are due to construction and safety processes, environmental factors, and external dependencies like access issues, with the primary focus being on ensuring the area's safety before opening to the public. And officers continue to work with Countryside to ensure early delivery and access.
Thank you. Councillor Huck, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, thank you. And
Go ahead.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
to Councillor Smart for the update. I realize he has just recently taken over this portfolio. But I think it's still been, and it's still sad to see that this play area is behind fences. By now it's also completely overgrown with vegetation. So to me and other residents, it has looked in good shape for most of the year, certainly over summer. And several times we were given hope that it would become accessible soon. And I don't think I have to point out how important it is to provide safe outdoor play opportunities for our children, especially in our new developments. And this is only a small piece in a much bigger picture, as Councillor Smart already said. Hobson's Park is still behind fences, including the active recreation area. Residents of Clay Farm were promised this park and the active recreation area from the beginning, and they were told that at least part of it would be open soon to compensate for disturbances due to the Cambridge South development. And it hasn't happened yet, and now another summer is gone. So it's not transparent at all to local councillors and residents and the resident association what the causes are for the constant excessive delays, and especially who should be held accountable for it. Is it the developer, the council, yes, I mean the weather, or even the black hole? It is simply a scandal that this has taken so long and is taking so long. And I hope, and I feel reassured that the executive councillor can provide some explanations, as he has just done, maybe also in writing later, so it can be shared, and possibly even in an on-site visit at some point, and that he will pursue this matter as a matter of urgency. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Smart, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Councillor. I will look into it as a matter of urgency. You said you'd been given hope. I'm not quite sure whether that came from an officer interaction or whatever, but I'm not aware of any of that. But I will take this up following your question here. I suppose the bottom line really, as far as I can see, is, well, and also I need to apologise to children, families and to local councillors in the area for this delay. But the bottom line is that safety is paramount for our children and families. The play areas need to be safe to play in, otherwise they can't be open. That's it, really. But thank you very much for your question.
Thank you. Question number 2 from Councillor Mike Todd-Jones.
Yes, question 2, please, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much for this question. I'm really excited about the design code trial, and I think I'm really keen that it gets into the public soon, public domain. The design code trial is being renamed. It's going to be the Cambridge neighbourhoods, Arbury, King's Hedges and west part of Chesterton. And one day I hope we can include all the other wards. The shared planning team are in the process of preparing the necessary documents for a formal public consultation. This is to include the habitats regulation assessment screening, and that hasn't been completed yet, so that's holding up the finalisation of it before it goes out to consultation. Before it goes out to consultation, the chair and spokes of the Planning and Transport Scrutiny Committee will be able to review it before it goes to public consultation. And then after that consultation, we're aiming to bring it to the Planning and Transport Scrutiny Committee in March 2025, next March, for consideration and hopefully final sign-off. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Todd-Jones. Do you have a supplementary question?
No, just to say thank you very much to the Executive Council for the update. Thank you.
Councillor Thornborough, would you like to respond? Number 3 from Councillor Harwood.
Yeah, question number 3, please. Although I could defer my supplementary to Councillor Tong, please.
Yep. Councillor Smart, would you like to respond?
It's actually me, Chair, Mayor. Thank you. So thank you for your question, Councillor Howard. And yeah, the short answer to that is yes, I will commit to investigating the options regarding lasers, drones and LEDs. But it's prohibitive because of the cost. We endeavour to seek alternative ways to celebrate the event and keep the event suitable for audiences and residents. But currently the cost of the technology are much higher than fireworks. We believe by hosting one large free citywide pre-organised fireworks display, we reduce the number of spontaneous back garden amateur fireworks across the neighbourhoods on or before the 5th of November, and thereby reduce disturbance. And we also receive great support from the Cambridge Fire and Rescue Service and other civil authorities who also sponsor this event, as the event reduces the number of fires and other incidents across the city. And we're very proud of the fact that it's still a free display. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tong, do you have a supplementary question?
I do, thank you. So firstly, I'd like to thank Councillor Wade for her great answer. I accept, well, actually, what I want to say is I actually know some sources for people who do put on quite cheap laser displays, and they'd be totally up for working with you if you'd like to cooperate on something. I can send you an email, because although I think, they can be expensive, there are ways to do them a lot cheaper than you expect. So hopefully that's something we can work on more going forward. But for now, I'd like to talk about this year. And over the last 12 months, quite a few residents, many of whom are neurodiverse and find fireworks very distressing, have come to me and said that they find fireworks displays, including our own, very, very distressing. Even if they're nowhere near them, they could be miles out from the display. So I was wondering if you could tell us anything about how you mitigate some of the distress that fireworks possibly cause for these groups. I'm not sure if anything's in place at the moment, but I'd love to be able to feed that back to residents.
Councillor Wade, would you like to respond?
Thank you. Thank you for your offer of some cheap laser displays. You can email me, Councillor Tong, and we'll have a look and see. Well, I wanted to mention as well that we're trying to raise some money. So there's the first online raffle for the firework display as well, if you'd all like to contribute. As to your serious question about the effects on neurodiverse people, yeah, I can understand that because that would affect people in my family too. I can take that away and look at that and see what that would involve, and we could have a look and see what decibel we reach, I guess. But how do you, I would like them to perhaps come up with some ideas of how they think it could be improved for them. So we can have a discussion about that, can't we? Thank you.
Thank you. Question number 4 from Councillor Gardner-Smith, please.
Question number 4, please.
Councillor Sombra, would you like to respond?
Thank you. The Youth Engagement Service links a building project with a local school and includes 2 full days of visits, talks, discussions and workshops with children, parents, builders, developers, consultants, officers and councillors. In the last civic year from 2020, in the last civic year up to May 24, this service conducted 4 youth engagement workshops in Cambridge, and the schools involved were the Shirley Community Primary School, Milton Road Primary School, the Grove Primary School and the Spinney Primary School, and that resulted in students, 229 students took part and 123 parents and guardians. In the first 6 months of this civic year, there's been another 4 engagements with Fulbourn Primary School, St Paul's Church of England Primary School, St Bede's Secondary School and St Albans Catholic Primary School, and that this has already involved 190 students. So last year and half of this year, our youth engagement team has worked with 419 students. These children are our future, and I'm very grateful to this team for giving them the opportunity to be involved in placemaking and around and understanding our city better. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gardner-Smith, do you have a supplementary question?
Just very briefly, having worked with young people, I know that it's often the case that their voices aren't included in decisions that affect them. But when they are, they come up with some of the most creative and ambitious ideas. So I think it's brilliant that we have this programme that is involving young people in decisions that are directly affecting them and their futures, and I think you can all celebrate that.
Well done, and congrats again on your first intervention in council business. Thank you. And Councillor Tombra, would you like to respond?
Yes, so each project has involved the children drawing, communicating by drawing. The team have collected up all the drawings, and we've had some interns for this summer from the School of Architecture and the Land Economy School, and they have been analysing the drawings as a research project so that we can better understand what the children are telling us. And the drawings are amazing, and I'm really looking forward to the outcome of this research project being presented to everyone here. Thank you.
Thank you. And question number 5 from Councillor Dikovic, please.
Yep. Question number 5, please.
Thank you. Councillor Wade, would you like to respond?
Thank you for your question. Our youth strategy recognises that we need to listen to young people and support their views to be widely heard and act as an advocate for change in response to their concerns, to empower our city's young people and work alongside them to put in place what they need to thrive. More than one in 10 young people are living in poverty, and Cambridge ranks 5th in the attainment gap between young people from less well-off households, which impacts on their social mobility. I'm pleased to announce, therefore, with this in mind, we've launched our first youth assembly to listen to young people and begin this process. The youth assembly will take place on the 12th of November at the Junction, and some of the themes that are arising from the conversations held with young people include transport, challenges of getting reliable and affordable buses, lack of safe places to go to hang out, be these parks or indoor venues, and lack of access to work and work experience opportunities. To date, 16 schools and colleges have been involved, with 75 individuals trained and over 400 conversations pledged to take place in advance of the Assembly. Additionally, local organisations who support young people who may not be in the mainstream school and those who need additional support have had their voices heard. To have their voices heard, have participated in training to ensure their voices that are seldom heard are captured and fed back to those who can take action. Work is underway alongside our colleagues at County Council to help improve education and awareness of the democratic process and citizenship. Further work on the strategy is underway to create an action plan alongside key partners and agencies across the city, as well as internal council services to ensure our work is joined up, coordinated and focuses on improving outcomes for young people. And I'd like to thank the communities team, the officers for all their hard work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dikovic, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do. Just to say also, thank you for all the hard work that you're doing in order to include young people into the narrative locally. My question relates to the organisations that are involved, the local ones, which is good that they're also involved. Are you involving any youth local organisations like Centre 33 and other ones as such?
Councillor Wade, would you like to respond?
Yes, there's actually a board that contributes to the actual youth assembly and strategy. Thank you.
Can I move to question number 6 from Councillor Pond?
Question number 6, please.
Councillor Bird, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your question. The campaign stems from an urgent need to reform to England's council housing model. Financial pressures and policy changes have led to an unsustainable financial model that could see councils facing 2.2 billion deficit in their housing budgets by 2028, and is already causing new social housing schemes across the country to be postponed or cancelled. Without urgent action, the reality is that most council landlords will struggle to maintain their existing homes, meet the need to improve them, and to build new homes for social rent. The campaign sets out detailed plans to reform the 5 areas. Number 1 is a new sustainable housing revenue account model, including an urgent one of injection of 644 million and long-term guaranteed rent and debt agreements. Number 2, reforms to right to buy policy. Number 3, remove red tape on existing funding. Number 4, a new long-term green and decent home programme. And number 5, urgent action to restart building projects that have been postponed or cancelled. Together, these are aimed to restore lost income and unlock local authority capacity, enabling councils to continue to fund their social housing, both improving their existing homes and building new ones.
Thank you. Councillor Pons, do you have a supplementary?
I'd just like to say thank you very much for this campaign. It's so important because we know this desperate shortage of housing across the country is such a blight on people and families, and particularly the campaign against the right to buy, because it's very frustrating when we put so much money and effort into our house building programme only to have them disappear as fast as they arrive. So thank you very much for that campaign.
Thank you. And now I move on to question number 7 from Councillor Robertson.
Question 7, please.
I understand Councillor Simon Smith will respond.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson, for your question. The consultation is due to commence on the 23rd of October for 6 weeks to the 4th of December. I encourage residents and businesses and all other stakeholders in the city to take part to find out for themselves the care that we're taking to protect staff, serve residents, the city and its environment, whilst balancing the budget. This is an important thing to do as it demonstrates to government that this council is one to be trusted and one to invest in. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robertson, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Quite interested to know, do we have any idea of how representative the responses of the various different groups and peoples of businesses and everything in Cambridge? Or is it really just we get whoever finds it easiest to participate?
Yes, Councillor Smith.
Thank you. I have asked the comms team to advise on a channel strategy for the consultation process to make sure that it reaches all groups and it is representative in responses, but it does tend to, from data that we receive, when people actually fill in the questions about their age, their ethnicity and their income, it does tend to be weighted towards older, wealthier people and less represented by younger, poorer people. And it is very difficult to address that problem, but we are trying to do our best on that. Thank you.
Question number 8 from Councillor Porrer.
Question 8, please, Mr. Mayor.
I understand Councillor Martin, Martin
Yep.
Smart would
Yep,
like to
yep.
speak.
Right, Councillor Porrer, they're doing very well, thank you. I think you and I have both seen Parker's piece get used over the years. For me, it's well over 30 years, and I've seen it get damaged and then get repaired, and this is another case of that, I guess. I think the big picture is that it gives a lot of people a lot of joy, including children and families, in having events on Parker's piece. So in my mind, the greater good is to damage the grass, but it recovers. So, to give you the answer, remedial works have been carried out by city services to the footprint after departure. The works included aeration and overseeding. This work is at the expense of the wheel operator, just to be clear. Further renovation will take place after departure of the Christmas in Cambridge event, which includes the observation wheel as part. The placement of the wheel at this event, whilst on a different orientation, will utilise as much as possible of the previous footprint to further mitigate against damage in the park. That's enough, I think.
Thank you. Councillor Porrer, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Smart. Actually, I was going to say congratulations to the Streets and Open Spaces team, because this year it does appear that the remedial work is going well and it's really positive. As other members may know, we have had some issues previously with the wheel not leaving the site and damage when it was taken out with the trucks coming on. So actually, part of the reason my question was to say we, as ward councillors, I think we welcome the proactive approach. And I was going to ask, obviously, about the wheel coming back for the winter fair, so it's good to hear that we're already considering where that will be, as it is going to be a sizable addition, slightly more sizable than we anticipated originally, as you know, although we are supportive of the winter fair as ward councillors. So I'd just like the Executive Council to confirm that the same kind of arrangements will be in place when the wheel and the fair go, and that remediation will be obviously undertaken quickly, subject to the weather, to allow the piece to come back to full use for our residents and visitors, because although I do understand there is some limited damage with some of the events which are important, you know, we need to make sure it's returned, particularly for the summer, because it's used by so many people. Thank you.
Right, yep, yes, the answer is yes, it will be, and all credit to our staff, not me, who have done this work, and they're all very good at it because they've done it for so long now, I think. So that will happen. I think, you know, what basically happens is the turf gets aerated, you know, little holes get stuck in it, more seed, so that it can absorb more moisture and nutrients, that sort of thing, and allow it to grow better. So it might be damaged, but because of the work that we do as a council, we keep it going from year to year, and people can play volleyball, korfball, all the other sports that they play on Parker's Piece in between times.
Thank you. Question 9 from Councillor Lokmatova.
Question 9, please.
Thank you. I understand Councillor Smart is responding.
Yep. So thank you, Councillor Lokomatova. Thank you for your question regarding litter enforcement in Trumpeton Meadows. So Trumpeton Meadows includes both the country park and the new build estate. The country park is managed by the Wildlife Trust, and the council does not actually have any involvement in litter enforcement activities on this land. Whilst the council does have a specific litter enforcement team, we have a public realm enforcement team responsible for addressing issues such as stray dogs, littering, abandoned vehicles, fly tipping, and other environmental concerns. The council does not operate with fixed patrol routes. Instead, our officers respond to requests for services as they arise. Over the past 12 months, no service requests relating to littering or environmental crime have been made for the Trumpeton Meadows area. For this reason, it is not possible to provide a specific frequency of visits to the area by enforcement officers. Officers covering the Trumpeton ward also manage approximately 1/3 of the city's wards, balancing all of their duties across the area city-wide.
Thank you. Councillor Lokomatova, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, Councillor Smart. Obviously, Trumpeton Meadows also does include playgrounds, which I believe are managed by the council, and they do indeed look depressing. And as a mother of a young child, you just can't go to a playground without having a litter picker and clearing the space, first of all. And at the moment, the cleanliness of this completely relies on some community-minded residents, and I just would really like to see the council sending the right message that the littering will not be tolerated, and that the residents are not alone in this fight. So if you can direct me to how to instigate enforcement team to visit Trumpeton more often, I would really appreciate it. But this is a concern for a lot of residents in Trumpeton, the amount of littering that has increased over the last few years. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smart, please.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I will take it up further with officers. I'm sorry that you find the areas depressing in terms of litter and so on. As I said in my answer, we don't do litter enforcement as a regular thing in that area, but you can, as a local councillor or even as a resident, call out our team to deal with any particular incidents. So, I mean, aside from taking up further officers myself, that's all I can say to you, really. I think to report it to the council as a councillor, ward councillor.
Thank you. Question 10 from Councillor Dryden. Would you like to respond?
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Dryden, for your question. Before I give my formal answer, I think it's only right to, if you're linking Cambridge and the Labour government, to congratulate Dame Poppy Gustafson on her ennoblement today as the new Minister for Investment, as a noted Cambridge resident. So if we could formally congratulate her. In terms of the Councillor Dryden's question, I think since the general election, we've worked with civil servants and ministers at both officer and member level. I think perhaps the place I'd like to focus on those with regards to Cambridge 2050, because that's probably the most obvious place to start. And we met with Matthew Pennycook earlier last month in conjunction with Bridget Smith, Lucy Nessinger and Nick Johnson. And they continue to commit to working with the city. They see Cambridge as vital in terms of the renovation of the country. And they would argue, I think quite rightly, that if you want growth, to therefore fund the sort of legislation that we would like to introduce, Cambridge is going to be a prime site. What's good to see is it's not just about housing anymore, it's about skills, it's about jobs, and it's about acceleration of the life sciences industry. Regarding homes, Jerry's already mentioned, Councillor Bird's already mentioned, speaking with Angela Rayner, and again, we obviously welcome the emphasis on council homes. I have also been involved in discussions with both Angela Rayner and Matthew Pennycook around the priorities for the city. Clearly, we continue to make the case around water infrastructure and the work that Stephen Kelly and Councillor Thornborough are doing in relation to making sure that there is sufficient water in the system to make Cambridge, to deliver what Cambridge required is really vital. And I think most importantly of all that many people want to see is the democratic deficit address, which came from the last government. And we're encouraged by the fact that Matthew Pennycook and others are keen to continue to work with the relevant democratically elected bodies within this city. So, to answer your question, Councillor Drider, there's been an awful lot of activity, much of it good and very welcome. Thank you, Councillor Drider.
Councillor Dryden, do you have a supplementary question?
Yeah, thank you very much, the leader, for that detailed answer. And we've all heard about problems with our finances, about white horses coming to help us from the government. Just if a minister on a white horse did come charging into Cambridge, how would you think they could best help us?
Councillor Dryden, I think there's clearly going to be a huge amount of investment in this city, and that is going to have to be managed very carefully. What we mustn't do is to enable the growth to happen without protecting the very thing that makes Cambridge great. So I think the fact that we're in discussions and negotiations with them about what could be considerable investment is a good thing. The fact that they're willing to listen and talk to us and discuss with us is a good thing. And because it's a Labour government, the principles are pretty much the same. More council homes, more jobs, better investment, and tackling the environmental issues that we face as a city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, members. That brings us to the end of oral questions, and I will now move on to the item on motions. I take advice from you whether we should have a proper break now or just, and how many minutes, and I'm not going to dictate. 15? So we had 15 in the last break, but we took 20 minutes. So should we go for 20? So 20. Deal? Yeah, okay. What time will be back then? So we will resume at 25 past 9. Thank you.
As you might have already seen, we have few motions to get through. So I would request you all to be precise, succinct, and make it your deliberation short as much as you could possibly. And the time is 9:30. There we go. On the motion for debate, the mover and the seconder have up to 10 minutes between them. The proposer and the seconder of the amendment have up to 10 minutes between them. The relevant executive councillor and the mover of the original motion have 3 minutes each as a right of reply in that order. And the bell will run when you have 30 seconds left and again at the end of the allowed time slot. Now, moving on to agenda item 8A, motion on notice from Councillor Young. A call on Councillor Young to move the motion. I understand Councillor Forbert will be the seconder, and you have 10 minutes between you. Councillor Young, please address the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Currently, it's estimated that 1 in 2 of us will be diagnosed with cancer. And so we have put this motion forward as it concerns a matter of profound importance for us all, for the residents of Cambridge, but for also the UK as a whole. The New Cancer Hospital represents an essential investment in our community's health, well-being and future. It will be a lifeline for those who receive the shattering news that they have cancer. We are all aware of the dire state of the NHS and the extremely long waiting times to start treatment in an area where speed is crucially important. So this new hospital represents an important step in improving the situation. Cambridge has a huge strength in the life sciences industry. The creation of industrial clusters is well known to provide a competitive advantage globally. Think of Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and there are many others. The co-location of expertise and knowledge in an industry attracts like-minded people and promotes both competition and cooperation within an industry which is fostered by repeated interactions between members of the cluster. This will be an economic benefit to the City of Cambridge, bringing businesses and jobs here, and will also support the creation of new businesses with wide medical application. One of the main reasons that this council is in good financial condition is the economic growth of the city. So particularly as a finance person, I support measures that support growth. This new hospital will also cement Cambridge's position as a world leader in medical treatment and research, creating a virtuous circle of improvement and growth. In Cambridge and in the biomedical campus specifically, we have a trio of clinical practice, world-class medical research, and industrial and commercial expertise, creating ideal conditions for the discovery of new treatments. Such treatments need to both be discovered in the first place and then rolled out and implemented. That we almost uniquely have such conditions here in Cambridge is something that I think we all in this chamber feel proud of and support. The new hospital is being created specifically to take advantage of these factors. It will bring best clinical practice together with 3 new cancer research institutes in addition to Cancer Research UK. An early cancer research clinic looking at early stages of the disease, Precision Breast Cancer Institute looking at how to individually tailor treatment for each person, an Institute for Integrated Cancer Medicine looking at how to combine different data from different tests and provide a more personalised treatment pathway. The new hospital will provide more beds for a growing population, 77 single rooms to reduce the risk of hospital-acquired infections during novel therapies, increased capacity for day treatments and clinical trials, and expanded emergency assessment so that cancer patients do not have to wait in A&E. Where are we in the process of getting this hospital built? The hospital was approved by the Department for Health and Social Care and NHS England and NHS Improvement in December 2021. The outline business case was approved by NHS England, the Department of Health and Social Care, and the Treasury in August 2023. We are currently waiting for the final business case approval, which is now subject to the current review by central government, but which was due in early 2025. Why do we need this hospital? We have a growing population here in Cambridge and in Cambridgeshire, so there will be an increased need for hospital provision. One of the things that people always mention when talking about the building of new houses and new estates is the need for matching infrastructure. Increased hospital provision is one of the things mentioned. Given the push from central government for increased growth in Cambridge, with the Cambridge 2040 vision from Michael Gove and the case for Cambridge, they have a duty to support the increasing the infrastructure as well, so that we all continue to be able to access healthcare. Can we afford it? I do not underestimate the dire financial situation that the country is currently in. I'm delighted that we now have a government that is not making up promises for 40 new hospitals for which it has no plan and no intention of funding. But I would like to point out that we will not get growth, the stated aim of the Labour government, without investment. If we can take advantage of the close cooperation of the biomedical campus trio, clinical practice in hospitals, research organisations and commercial and industrial organisations, and also the cluster benefits of the life sciences industry in Cambridge more widely, then the investment in this new hospital will pay for itself in reduced costs for cancer treatment across the country. I do not think we can afford not to invest in a new hospital. For this reason, I urge you all to support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Falbert, do you wish to speak now or you reserve your right?
I reserve my rights. Thank you.
You have 4 minutes, 50 seconds. Thank you. And Councillor Tombra has given notice of an amendment, which is on page number 25 to 26 of the information pack. Councillor Davey will second the amendment. You have 10 minutes between you. Councillor Tombra, would you like to address the chamber? Thank you.
I'd like to thank Councillor Young for bringing this motion to the council and thank her for the presentation speech she made. And I agree with every word that she said. Every word, and I'm glad that she said it in this council. I hope many people were listening. Even so, I feel we have no option but to amend the motion because of some elements of accuracy. But I'd like to just say a few things. So on Saturday, we will have had a Labour government for 100 days. It may not have been easy, but look behind the negative stories in newspapers that have never supported Labour and never will, and you will see a government that is getting on with the job at hand. From house building to workers' rights to education, we've seen the start of real change. And as we look forward to Rachel Reeves' first budget on October the 30th, we know that we can expect to begin to recover from 14 years of Tory failure, including that devastating Lib Dem Tory coalition. We expect to be measured on results, and this is especially true when it comes to the NHS and the provisions of the modern healthcare that this country expects. When I was young, nobody said the word cancer because it was seen as a death sentence, but that is no longer the case. And Councillor Young described it very well. Because of the sorts of advanced research done here and elsewhere that has created real diagnostic tools and new treatments that have transformed the outcome of so many people. But we can do more, and the Cambridge Cancer Research Hospital is an important contribution to the future eradication of cancer as a deadly disease. This amended motion recognises that many Tory plans were basically lies, scratched out on the back of an envelope by advisers trying to save the political skin of one Prime Minister or another. I think the hospital programme was Johnson, but they all blur into one after a while. It's sensible to revisit the false promises and decide what is affordable. But everyone knows that the Cancer Research Hospital is a properly grounded project. With construction starting next year, this project is fully aligned with the Labour government's priorities, and our amendment reflects this and removes the language which might cause concern over its future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davey, would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
I'm happy to speak now. Again, like Councillor Thornborough, if only the motion reflected what
Councillor Davey, you have 7 minutes to talk. Thank you.
Like Councillor Thornborough said, if only the motion was actually identical to what Councillor Young said, then there would be no problem with this. It's what the written motion says. Whilst we're talking about Addenbrooke's, this does give me a chance an opportunity to say thank you to the outgoing chair of Addenbrooke's, Mike Moore, who will be leaving at Christmas to be replaced by Dame Sally Morgan. I think why it's important to stress this is that the work he's undertaken has been hugely significant in the 11 years he's been there, the last 8 as the chair, and he's turned the hospital round in conjunction with his chief exec, Roland Sinker. And I think not to acknowledge that would be wrong, because that places the negotiations that he's been having with our planning department and central government in a much stronger place. And so the work that he's done should be recognised and is really impressive. However, like Katie, my problem is not the words that Councillor Young said, but the motion, which reminds me, I have to say, of old-fashioned Liberal demery, which is something we've missed, I have to say. It's always nice to see them back in form, campaigning for something that's not being repeated, and then take the credit when actually, funnily enough, it doesn't happen in the first place. It's a quite intriguing model, which I haven't seen in action for a while. And I think the problem I have is that in this particular instance, this motion appears to be more about the former councillor for Histon and Impington and her campaign than it is about the future of Addenbrooke's. And that's disappointing, because that again demonstrates to me the difference between the desire to keep Addenbrooke's open and to make cheap publicity as a result of that. The review of hospitals is necessary. I don't think anybody's doubting that. Councillor Young didn't, Katie didn't. And there's great to hear the new Prime Minister reflecting that today in his speech in reflection to answers, that the hospitals that were proposed were completely unfunded, they weren't thought through, and therefore we have to start. The review, and this is important, I think, because there's a hint within the motion, is really important. It's about national, not just Addenbrooke's, but national, looking at the funding available for hospitals, including region, and this is a regional hospital that's being developed. I think, again, from our perspective, is that rather than seek to make political gain, it's about what's the most likely way to get practical steps forward to support the desire that we all have in this room to have this hospital go forward. And that's why our final part of the amendment that we drafted talks about the planning department talking directly to the Department of Health, and we believe that's the most appropriate way, rather than having some sort of publicity campaign that really supports grandstanding in the Cambridge Independent. So I would urge you to support the amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any debate? Councillor Biggs, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I found parts of what Councillor Davey just said as rather beneath him. This is about an important end that I think we all ought to be trying to achieve. And the context of this is that there are a lot of these hospitals around the country that are all going into this review for the reasons that he said. If he examines the media, he will understand that the councils, the local authorities around the country are all lobbying to advertise the cases for the hospital in their area. That is the reason for this motion. We see this council as being here to advocate for the interests of this area, not to muffle the advocacy and say it'll all be all right. I think it's a shame if the council didn't support a motion like this and instead went for the amendment, which in fact just says, trust us, it'll all come out all right. Well, I hope it does, of course. But I believe that like all of those other local authorities for hospitals in their areas, we ought to be jumping up and down and advocating for what makes sense here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hussain, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thanks, Councillor Young, to bring a nice motion in here. And Cancer Research Hospital is very vital for not only Cambridge community, it is impact for all the globe. And we don't even want to mention all the details, but firstly, I want to thanks for Conservative Party and all the Tories MP who make this thing happen in Cambridge. Their effort was involved here. And now,
Point of order, Mayor. I mean, the Conservative Party aren't doing
Mayor,
it.
Let the councillor
Yes, thank you.
continue his intervention without any interruption. Thank you.
Thank you. And when the 40 hospital in UK, there's a great initiative for Conservative Party to make our health service more stronger. But that time, this Labour Party still voted against it. Now, is ongoing process, Addenbrooke's Hospital, not only NHS money, it was all the charitable money as well. Mr. Mayor, I was involved and you are on board as well. So this money is not only comes from the government, it's a local or other national people, they helping this charitable job need to be done. And I have very close contact with Chief Executive of Charitable Act in Addenbrooke's. And today, even she mentioned, it was not still cut. It is not still a review. It was still same position as it was before. So we are not still threatening in Addenbrooke's Cancer Research Hospital will be postponed. So, and I hope everyone will be support to this noble course, and the hospital should be established, and 2029 will be full in operation. And Mr. Mayor, all the time, is the bad working man. They always blame their tools. That's the Labour Party. Always they're thinking, oh, Conservative make us poor. Now they're saying, oh, they are in power. Now, oh, they make it down. Hole, black hole. Always
Wait, there's a point of order has been raised. Go ahead.
Actually, not discussing the motion by going into political sort of back and forth. I think we just stick to the motion, otherwise we're going to be here until past midnight.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I don't expect this type of disruption middle of someone is talking. It is house. When you give somebody 3 minutes, somebody get 3 minutes, there is space, and after somebody can make a comment, not disturb in the future. I feel it is really embarrassing. Thank you.
Hussain, I don't think your time has been taken away at all, and they were raising a point of order. When a point of order is raised, I, as the mayor, I have to ask what is the point of order. That is under the Constitution. Thank you. Now, Councillor Clow, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Clow.
Me?
Cancer treatment may be improving, but cancer rates are increasing, with PCB brackets forever chemicals in our water just being one of the most recent concerns raised. As we've heard before, half of us can expect to experience cancer in our lifetime, so the importance of cancer treatment is clear. But we don't just need a cancer research hospital. We need clean air, clean water to keep us healthy, a fully funded GP service staffed by qualified GPs, not so-called physician associates, to detect cancers early, and a proper welfare state to support cancer patients on their journey to recovery. And if a new cancer research hospital is to be the centre of excellence for the country or the region, it needs not just a well-designed building, but to be able to attract staff. We know from the Addenbrooke staff surveys that NHS workers are already being priced out of Cambridge by our overheating local economy, and our existing hospital has been struggling to recruit for years. There's also the small matter of the regional clean water shortage, which is why the Environment Agency objected to the plans in the first place. Of course, a national cancer hospital is needed, and I shall support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to talk? Since that is the Councillor Folbert asked the seconder of the original motion. Do you wish to speak now?
I guess so.
Mayor, it's clear that this government review of the Cambridge Research Hospital represents an existential threat to the regional cancer patients.
And this amendment is not either promising or reassuring, it's rather disappointing. This is a very short-sighted U-turn of the part of the health minister. This specialized hospital will consolidate various aspects of the cancer research care and will not only save lives, it will help to improve the patient's quality of life while doing the treatment. This is a motion that does not need much convincing, as we already have heard. It's not hostile, but intends to address the imperative need to innovative and be ahead in the fight of this insidious disease. Our group would have hoped that your amendment would have reassured and protected the regional interests. In reality, it's effectively giving people false hope, because this is about affordability. The scope of this review is not clear, but what is really clear is that 20 of those schemes will proceed, but not the specialized one in Cambridge. Why the need of this review? The Cambridge Cancer Research Centre is already a well-recognized, accredited imaging centre in the country, if not in Europe. This project offers the opportunity, together with the Christie Hospital in Manchester, to be the largest cancer site for research and treatment in the country. Having the cancer hospital and the research scientific arm together under one city brings immense strategic benefits as a whole to the country, as we already have said. It enables greater integration and a faster transfer of knowledge from research to practice. In other words, it allows much greater synergy to the development and execution of an effective cancer treatment. The City of Cambridge will be both a research and a care provider in one location, giving a greater form of excellence, which will encourage further private donations. You stated in your manifesto, at the heart of every medical decision must be the patients and their families, and we all agree with this. The decision to review the hospital diminishes your commitment to restore hope and to build an NHS built for the future. Your party promised to give more power to the patient, a model where more services are delivered at local communities. Well, this project delivers just that. Councillor Brown said before in her side of the chamber, you do not mislead, but you rather are selective with the truth, I'm afraid. Why is this that now a matter of national priority? The disease does not understand this reasoning, I'm afraid. This government is ignoring the immediate complicity and the investment needed for diagnosis, treatment and care of patients. The new data from the Cancer Research UK reveals that more than 500,000 people in the UK will be diagnosed with cancer annually by 2040. Cancer treatment waiting times have missed their target for 5 years in a row. What we need is not a review of a specialized hospital that can deal with these challenges, but a plan of action implementing investments. The Cambridge Cancer Research Hospital will give hope to the patients and their families in an uncertain journey, as this hospital will transform the care of those dealing with the disease. It will be very much patient-centered, where patients will receive personal care in their own home when possible. We don't have this kind of treatment currently. The new hospital will be more than just a medical facility. It will be a specialized emporium where people from around the region will come for treatment. I believe that voting in favor of this motion as an amendment transcends political division and unwavering commitment to make the hospital a truly reality in 2029. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Forbert. And Councillor Thornborough, as the Executive Councillor,
You have the right to reply for up to 3 minutes. Do you wish to reply now? Thank you. Go ahead.
The original motion, we all agree that this hospital is incredibly important, not just for the city, but the region and the country, and all of the research that's been going on will be exemplified here. It is really imperative that this goes forward. This motion, the original motion, we need to go forward in a way that is most effective to get this hospital done. The most effective way is for this council to support the Director of Planning in their conversations with the Secretary of State for Health. The Director of Planning has real experience in dealing with ministers regarding planning applications and delivery. This council votes in favour of him proceeding in this way. It will be beneficial that every member of this council backs him in this endeavour to do it. That will be more effective with respect than our leader writing to the Secretary of State or to the former councillor. So I urge you to accept the amendment as by the most effective way to proceed. And I think that all of us backing with a single voice the Director of Planning in this endeavour would be a good message to the Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Young, as the mover of the original motion, you have the right to reply for up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very brief. The amendment results in an officer of the council writing to the minister. I have to say, I find that slightly peculiar because the planning permission is there, and I don't see why, particularly, it's a planning matter. The Lib Dems brought this motion as a way of expressing our political support for the hospital, and your attitude this evening is incredibly confident that it will be built. I have to say, I don't share that confidence. I know that the other hospitals in the country are in a particularly dire state. So I'm delighted that you are so confident. I really am. And I really hope that the hospital, as you say, gets built. But that was the purpose behind our motion. We feel that it's necessary. It would be good for this council to express their political support for this hospital in the national review. So that's what we would like. The Director of Planning writing in is not nothing, so we will support that if necessary, but we would prefer our original unamended motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Now we will move on to the electronic voting on the amendment. Now the results are for 23 and against 13, abstention 0. Therefore, the amendment has carried. Yeah, now we will move on to vote on the amended motion as it is amended. Thank you. It's 436 against none and abstention none. So the motion has unanimously passed. Thank you. Now, let us move on to agenda item 8B, motion on notice from Councillor Payne. I now call on Councillor Payne to move the motion. I understand Councillor Blackburn Hogan will be your seconder. You have 10 minutes between you. Councillor Payne, you please address the council. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr Mayor. And before I start, I'm aware there's two amendments that's been tabled to this motion, one from the Labour Group and one from Councillor Bennett. We consulted with Democratic Services beforehand and with the different group leaders, and if the council is in agreement, we're very happy to accept Councillor Bennett's amendment at this point and present it as an altered motion, as we feel it's helpful and constructive if the council are in agreement with that.
Can you introduce the motion? Yeah, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think it's with quite a sense of disappointment, really, that we've brought forward this motion today, and it's with some regret. And I think probably to be fair, an element of shock that we see that our new Labour government, for whom we all did have quite great hopes, have used their first 100 days of governance to bring forward what seems to be a knee-jerk and blundering austerity policy. We've written this motion because we feel that as Liberals, who believe in a fair, free and open society, we have to confront this recent decision by the Labour government, which severely curtails eligibility for winter fuel payments. This decision will reduce the recipients from 11.4 million to just 1.5 million across the UK. Here in Cambridge, that means that 13,468 pensioners, 89.7% of those who depend on this allowance, are now at risk of losing essential support. Now, we acknowledge, as I'm sure we all do, that not every person who receives the winter fuel allowance feels they require it. It turns out half of this chamber receives the winter fuel allowance. However, my concern is that it is partly for those who perhaps don't require it, but are living very close to the line, and therefore in a very short time need to make quite rapid changes to their financial planning and their budgeting. I'm concerned even more so for those amongst the 13,468 of our residents who will have their lives affected negatively, who now face the fear of a cold winter due to our Labour government. It's regrettable, I think, that we find ourselves in this position where we have to speak out against a national policy that seems to lack both compassion and foresight. At a time when the living costs are escalating rapidly, the decision to cut this support, leaving pensioners very little time to prepare or budget to sustain it, is simply unjust. The refusal of the government to engage constructively with Liberal Democrat MPs on such a critical issue adds to our frustration. With the energy price cap set to rise by 10%, 1,000 more of our elderly residents are at risk of being pushed into fuel poverty. The fact that only 63% of eligible pensioners claim pension credit underlines the urgency of this. Turning a blind eye to those who are struggling daily to simply stay warm, just because not everyone needs it, is really not what we hoped for from a government who told us to vote for change. No one voted for Keir Starmer to make them colder this winter. Despite our disappointment, though, we are resolved to take action, and the Liberal Democrats have proposed that we draft an urgent letter to our local MPs and the Chancellor of the Exchequer calling for an immediate suspension and comprehensive review of these changes in eligibility. Additionally, we feel that as a council, we should launch a robust awareness campaign to enhance the uptake of pension credit benefits, striving to ensure that none of our pensioners receive the support, that all of our pensioners receive the support they rightfully deserve. Typically, the Labour Council have made a choice here to toe the party line and not do anything different. I can imagine it is quite a difficult line to tread, to support an austerity policy from your leader, which I would imagine, to be fair, some of you don't agree with, whilst also trying to paper over the cracks as a council because you know that this policy directly causes harm to your residents. As councillors who've pledged to support our residents, I don't feel any of us can sit here while such short-sighted policies jeopardise the well-being of our community's most vulnerable members. So let's move forward together, let's support this motion and unite under our commitment to fairness and dignity for all in these challenging times. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wade has also given notice Councillor Backbone Hogan, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
Reserve my rights, thank you.
I move on to Councillor Wade has also given a notice of amendment contained on pages 29 to 30. Councillor Nestor will second Councillor Wade's amendment. Councillor Wade, please can you introduce your amendment? You have 10 minutes to share with you and your seconder. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I should imagine that disappointment and shock were some of the emotions that were experienced in response by young people when the coalition government decided not to abolish tuition fees for young people, but instead to triple them around 2010. I think this amendment speaks to a national policy, and we have to understand it's in response to 14 years of misrule by the Conservatives, and it would be an act of collective cognitive dissidence or selective perception not to acknowledge the context for this decision. I wasn't going to mention the bedroom tax that was brought in that affects older people, but perhaps I will mention that as well as the benefit cap that also came in under the Conservative and coalition and government, which caused an awful lot of poverty because the bedroom tax affected older people particularly. But let's move on. What is the new Labour government going to do? The new Labour government has announced the continuation of the Household Fund for support. The new Labour government has announced the review of the benefit system, hoping to address the PIP review backlogs by acknowledging the recruitment of more DWP staff. There are plans to recruit more staff on top of that, cue the right-wing press. The Labour government are seeking to review the universal credit system also. Fuel. The government has announced the Great British Energy to provide clean and secure energy for all. Fuel prices have soared, but not as much as the profits and payouts made to shareholders under the previous government. I want to speak to the efforts of this Labour City Council, who for 10 years has sought to mitigate austerity, whilst money from central governments diminished year on year as an ideological choice. The effects of austerity have been our priority, or to mitigate the effects of austerity have been a priority for 10 years through community grants, warm hubs, food banks, partnering with Cambridge Sustainable Food. And the excellent benefits team at the council seek to signpost residents this year as they do every year. This year the work has already started to identify households who could be entitled to pension credit to make an application by the 21st of December, as entitlement to pension credit means that the household will continue to receive the winter fuel allowance payments. We have partnered with Cambridge CAB, who will be offering assistance in making these applications for pension credit. We have written to all of our registered housing providers, asking that they use their local knowledge to contact their pensioner households to encourage as many people as possible to see if they can claim pension credit. The benefits calculator on our webpage also assesses entitlement to pension credit. We'll also be offering everyone within our sheltered housing schemes, around 500 properties, assistance with completing the benefits calculator and applying for any benefits they may have identified. We'll also do the same to those we support via our visiting support service. Our winter open door issue, which is due out in mid-November, will also include articles on food poverty and financial aid, including using energy efficiently at home, energy grants and discounts. This work is being done using the low-income family tracker that's referred to. I would like to thank officers at City Council for all their hard work, and I would commend our amended motion to Council.
Thank you, Councillor Wade. Now, Councillor Nestor, would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
I will reserve my right, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a debate? Councillor Hussain.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a deeply sudden, the heartbreaking news just a Labour Party cut our elderly and pensioner people their fuel allowance this year. Even their MPs and the councillor, they stepped down for this significant reason. And my King Hedges area, the elderly people, they are really suffering for the living old home. They are not even CPC standard C. They need to burn more fuel. At the same time, they increase the fuel price and government cut their fuel allowance. They are really dark situation, and they have no online access. If the council have any funding or any support, most of them elderly people have no online access as well. So the council need to work on it, how much support we can do, even not central government, from our locally. Because their Labour leader, he is out of touch, this poverty, because he can get a sunglass, 2,500 pound sunglass gift from Lord Arley, 20,000 pound for accommodation, 39,000 pound gift he got it. So he is toasted with the rich people. He never thought about the poorly and vulnerable people. 11 million people in whole the UK, even only Cambridge is 19,000 people are affected by the poor policy. And we, council, we need to work as much our resources we have, above than political affiliation. We need to support our elderly people who have lots of contribution for the society when they working life. But now we cannot just ignore them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since some people here are so obsessed with history, I'm just trying to remember why Labour lost in 2010. I think it was just after the big financial crash, and I think nobody really trusted Labour back then to deal with this properly. But actually, more specifically...
See, let's have a civilized debate on this, please.
So to the motion, I mean, older people disproportionately live in older buildings, which tend to have lower standards with respect to heat insulation, among other things. And a significant proportion of older people live in accommodation deemed as non-decent, as by the Decent Home Standard. And we know that much more needs to be done in terms of retrofitting around Cambridge, both for council and for private homes. And even if older people own their own home, about a quarter of them have no savings and won't be able to pay for significant home improvements themselves. And this proportion is more than half in the private rental sector. A significant proportion of older people live in households with prepayment meters for their gas and electricity and don't have central heating. It's really a perfect winter storm for many pensioners who live in badly insulated homes. They can't do anything about it without savings. Fuel prices and the cost of living continue to rise, and now their winter fuel payment has been taken away as well. So I don't understand how Labour can let this happen, especially since some of you call themselves socialists.
Thank you. Count Dikovic, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's good to see the other parties pounce on the decision that Labour's had to make at difficult times. And the amendment is important to note because it mentions that it was a difficult decision that nobody wanted to make. This isn't a left-wing policy. I think everybody can agree to that. And many charities national charities have spoken out against this, with Age UK having a petition, just trying to halt it, and the Director of Energy Policy at the Citizens Advice Bureau saying that millions of households on low incomes face living in a cold home this winter, with many forced to make the impossible choice between heating or eating. Now, that's an expression that was used under the Tories when we were dealing with the cost of living crisis, and still are. And it's regretful that we will have to use that statement or that expression again this winter, with millions potentially facing the loss of this funding or access to it. But we also need to recognise that the efforts that are going to be made by the local government and the national government in order to raise awareness to those that are entitled to pension credit who can receive this funding. And it's incredible that Councillor Hussain has found this policy unacceptable when the previous government wasted £10 billion alone on unusable PPE. Also, there was the COVID business loans fraud, which I think Rachel Reeves will be making a statement on in her budget when they're going to, or I believe they're planning to have a commissioner that's going to be looking into the COVID loans fraud that took place, and that could give us access to potentially £7.6 billion to recover from that task force. So there are efforts that are being made. It's not an easy decision for any of us, but I think it's important to recognise the amendments that have been made and that it isn't an easy decision for Labour to make, or any of us to make on this side.
Thank you. Are there Councillor Bennett, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to start by thanking Councillor Payne for bringing this motion and also for acting in a collegiate way and accepting our amendments. We brought that amendment because there is so much misinformation out there about pension credit, winter fuel payments and attendance allowance. 1 in 3 pensioners who are eligible for pension credit don't claim it. And I'm not going to go into reasons behind, because my group has said I must restrain my benefit geekery, otherwise we'll all be here at midnight. But one thing that I want to say is that if you take away 2 things from this motion, the first one I'd like you to take away is that you can still claim pension credit up to 21 December, even though the qualifying week has already passed. But the other one, which is more negative, is that I may claim for residents in June and they still haven't been processed. So those residents will not be getting winter fuel payment on time. They will probably get it in January. So people who are claiming now are not going to get winter fuel payments in time for their winter fuel bills, which is particularly problematic if they're on pay-as-you-go meters. They probably will get them sometime in January, so they will still need help and support. Obviously, we should still help them to make a claim, but we have to recognise that there are going to be some cash flow problems from the benefits. I will just allow myself one moment of benefit geekery. There are other ways in which the change could have been made, similar to what was done with child benefit, which would have avoided this problem completely. Thank you.
Councillor Ashton, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It came as no surprise that we were going to get a motion like this evening, but we need to think of what we discussed earlier this evening. We talked about balancing our books at Cambridge, and we were told by the opposition that sometimes don't mess around with little cuts, do a big cut and get it over with. We were told don't dilly-dally, get on with things as well. So the Labour government finds itself in a terrible position of having to try and balance the books and trying to do it in the best way possible. I said earlier, I'm entitled to the winter fuel benefit. I don't need it. I work closely with Cambridge Aid, a local charity who actually do an amazing job, as people know, for my mayoral year. They receive £7,500 a year from pensioners who give them the money they don't need, which goes to people who do need it. That is a worry now, because that money that went to charity will not be coming in unless people make it up. We've heard pensioners on the television brazenly saying, oh, I use this in my holidays. Oh, I use this to give it to my grandchildren. So yes, it's concerning that we don't want people who do need this benefit not to lose out. So it's imperative we do as much information to these people, because we know people don't claim it. And one of the problems is they're not all on computers. They still regard pen and paper. So we have to get out and find these people. And again, we're talking about pensioners and heating the bills and heating the houses. My son has I've got three grandchildren, all on the autism spectrum, who can't get out to work. And they have to heat their house to make sure it's warm. He gets no benefits whatsoever to do that as well. And there's lots of other people in the same position who don't get a penny towards helping to heat their homes. So again, we need to find the best ways we can work out to ensure the pensioners who need this money get every penny they deserve, and the extra money they're not claiming as well. So like I say, I hope the opposition see that we're doing the best we can in difficult circumstances to ensure people who need the benefit will get the benefit. And like I say, it's a very difficult decision, but one that, again, reluctantly, we've had to look at this moment in time. But as has been stated, the triple lock will kick in and people will gain a lot more next year as well. So again, you lose out maybe on one side, but there's going to be a bigger gain next time round. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Tom?
Hello. So I actually wasn't going to speak at first because I thought it's a little bit beneath us all to have to debate whether or not it's a good idea to cut winter fuel payments. I think it's quite clear if you've lived around the city, it's obviously not. You can speak to residents that are struggling every day. Most importantly, I'm of quite a strong belief that a number of people across from me and around this room probably agree with that sentiment too. And we have seen people in Labour, even people in the council, speak out about this policy choice. I think Councillor Payne is very, very accurate when she says the main pressure here is going to be, will people vote along party lines or will they stand up for residents? Because I genuinely think a lot, I haven't seen a lot of passion come for defending this decision, honestly, tonight. It does seem that any defence of this decision has come very reluctantly. But are people actually going to back it with a vote? That's the key thing. We can sit around and we can kind of moralise and we can complain on social media, but are we actually going to, stand up for what you believe in, have a bit of integrity? And I think that's what this is about tonight.
Councillor Big, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to thank Councillor Wade for helping us by enumerating all of the ways in which the council is trying to find people and help them claim the benefits that they would be eligible for. I know our council staff, and I am convinced that they will do an excellent job of that. And I do think it's no small part of the motion that is really necessary, and we're very grateful for it. But the question is that enough? And I think we only have to listen to the charities in the sector for elderly people to know that it isn't. That the line of eligibility for pension credit is too low, and that there are people, many of them, above the level that qualify for their pension credit, who will be in need as a result of this. And that is charities dealing with elderly people. So what should we be doing? Well, it's a bit like the last motion, really. I mean, clearly, this council has a proud history of standing up for the residents of Cambridge in relation to what the government is doing. But all of a sudden, that enthusiasm across the other side has dried up. The desire to say this is the wrong policy and ought to be changed seems to be completely absent from your contributions. So, Mr. Mayor, is this the future? Is it possible for the government, whatever it does, just to get on and do it? And you just to say, it's okay, we trust them, it's going to be okay, we don't need to rock the boat. Because I think this city deserves and wants a council that is actually a little bit more dispassionate about the colour of the party in government and a little bit more keen on the interests of the residents of this city. And I'm afraid, again, on the second time this evening, those residents will be disappointed. Because if this amendment is what you want, you're really opting out on the key part of this issue, which is whether this policy is one that serves our residents well or it doesn't, and our willingness to say so and try and persuade the government otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there anyone else want to talk? Is Councillor Nestor asked the seconder of Councillor Ward's amendment. Do you wish to speak now?
Yes, I'll speak now. Thank you very much. I'll just be brief. Just encourage you to support this amendment. My fellow councillors have already mentioned the many points as to why. I just want to emphasize that this is a difficult decision that nobody wants to make, but we need to also be realistic. Also that there is the government's commitment to protect the most vulnerable in our society by delivering the £150 warm home discount for low-income households from October. We extended the household support fund with 421 million to ensure local authorities can support vulnerable people and families, ensuring around 1.3 million households in England and Wales will continue to receive up to £300 in winter fuel payments. And I was a bit disappointed, Councillor Ton, that you said that the debate was beneath you. I think all debate is not beneath anybody. That's why we're here. So I would just encourage everybody to support this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Backbone Hogan asked the seconder of the original motion. Do you wish to speak now?
Yes, I do. Thank you all for your input to the winter fuel motion. This is about the people who are the most vulnerable in our society, our constituents, who we as councillors should be protecting. Let me start by sharing a resident's words. All my life, working and contributing to my community as a disabled person, I now need a little help back. The changes to the winter fuel payments will hit me hard. I feel the cold and feel anxious about how I will survive the winter. Will I be forced to make a choice between heating and eating? The unions voted overwhelmingly against the winter fuel changes at the Labour Party conference. They said 10 million pensioners will lose up to £300 a year at a time when we are facing the prospect of another big rise in energy bills, with almost 1 million more likely to fall through the cracks, eligible for pension credit and the winter fuel payment, but not claiming it. Unite tells us pensioners didn't cause this crisis. Don't make them pay for it. Do not allow the union's words to go unheeded. I ask, why are we removing support from the most vulnerable in our society? Age UK has warned that many pensioners will struggle this winter due to the loss of the payment, with many having to choose between eating and heating their homes. Frightening estimates by the End Fuel Poverty Coalition show the decision could result in an extra 262,000 pensioners needing NHS treatment for illnesses incurred from living in cold, damp homes. It does not end there. Living in these conditions heightens the risk of stroke, heart disease, respiratory conditions, and generally harms the rest of the body. Every 1 degree drop in temperature can result in an increase in death of 4%. Kidney UK identified that older patients running home dialysis machines could face hardship as a result of the cut to winter fuel payments, with a chance they will end up back in hospital for their treatments as a result of the higher costs. In addition, those suffering from respiratory conditions face an increased risk of death when there is a 1 degree drop in temperature. The additional risk of death is 10%. The NHS is projected to spend £1.5 billion on elderly Britons in poor living conditions in 2024. The cost daily to the NHS is £4 million. By supporting this motion and halting the change to universal winter fuel payments, we will be protecting our vulnerable constituents from the winter freeze. To conclude, a resident's parents asked I share their words. I'm going to pass this handout around. If you could take one and pass it. and we take one and pass it around. And as we do that, I will read them out now, and you can read those as they go around the room. Dear councillors, we are a couple aged 88 and 92. Not being able to have a warm enough house will cause us to be either dangerously cold or without the means to have enough food if we have to choose the heat gun. Please reinstate the winter fuel allowance for those in need and stop discriminating against the ones you feel can't fight back. Thank you.
Councillors, now the time is at 10:30, so I'm reminded of the fact that we have to take a vote at 11 o'clock as to whether we should continue. And I urge members to complete the remaining business within that time frame. Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Wade, as the Executive Councillor, you have the right to reply for up to 3 minutes. Do you wish to reply?
Thank you, Mayor. Just very, very briefly, I'd just like to thank Councillor Vick for his comments. And I do think, you may want to correct me, I do think you had the chance to abstain on the increase of tuition fees way back when, and you chose not to. So I don't really think you ought to lecture us on towing the party line. I want to reiterate that this is not an easy decision, and I wanted to reassure residents once again that we will continue to be compassionate and use our integrity to support them through the coming winter. Thank you, and I commend the amended motion.
Thank you, Councillor Payne. As the mover of the original motion, you have the right to reply for up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not quite sure how to follow Councillor Blackburn-Horgan, actually. I think nothing speaks more powerfully than the words of people who are quite generally affected by this, so thank you so much for doing the honour of seconding this motion. I think the administration seems to be trying to comfort themselves with the notion that this policy, I think I quote Councillor Ashton, is the best we can do in difficult circumstances. And I'll just give 3 quick reasons why it most definitely isn't. Number one, the savings from it are laughably small. So the savings accrued through this quite vicious cut will be about £1.5 billion. That's a tiny fraction of the £2.7 trillion national debt. So what's happening here is Keir Starmer is rushing a policy through at a time when fuel poverty is already on the rise and will cause unnecessary financial hardship for minimal gain. This is maximum pain for our most vulnerable residents for very little benefit in terms of the national pot. The UK state pension is already one of the lowest in the developed world, and therefore we're taking a step backward in so many different ways. Number 2 is I think it sets very dangerous precedent. There is a huge benefit to be had in universal policies. There are social benefits as well. And if all members of the same society are invested in that universal policy, they're more likely to protect it. I'd really commend Labour's proposal for breakfast clubs in all primary schools. I really hope we don't see our party in a position where you're cutting those for the children who don't need it. But this is doing the same thing. There is a benefit in everyone being invested in these policies, supporting everyone who needs it. And number 3, there is a far better way to make savings. If, for instance, we were to restore our trading relationships with a little group like the EU, by, for instance, rejoining the single market, will generate far more additional funding for the UK. That would address our pressing needs so much more quickly without resorting to such harmful cuts. But I notice that the Labour government won't do that either. Therefore, I think there are far better ways to ensure our country's finances than this very draconian, harmful approach. And I hope you'll support the motion unamended. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, we will now move to the electronic voting on Councillor Ward's amendment. Yeah, the abstention, 422 and against 15 and no abstention. Therefore, the amendment is carried. Now we will move on to
vote on the amended motion as the substantive motion. Yeah. Abstention 1. Abstention 2. And against no. Members, 435 and abstention 2 and against none. Therefore, the motion is carried as amended. Thank you. Agenda item 8C, motion on notice from Councillor Holloway. I understand there are two small alterations to the motion, which can be found within the information pack on pages 31 to 32. Members, please can you signify your agreement for this? Now, can I call Councillor Holloway to move the motion?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Lithium-ion batteries play an important part in many of our lives. They power lots of very beneficial tools like electric bikes, laptops, phones, but they do also come with a risk, and this is a growing risk that we have to take very seriously. The National Fire Chiefs Council has said that fires involving lithium-ion batteries are a disaster waiting to happen. Areas of specific and rapidly increasing risk due to the increased numbers of batteries and of these particular objects relate to e-scooters and e-bikes and to fires in bin lorries and at waste sites. Here in Cambridge, we've seen several fires in recent years relating to lithium-ion batteries, including last year's tragic fire at Sackville Close that killed a woman and 2 children. In just the first 7 months of this year, there were 7 bin lorry fires in Cambridge and the surrounding area. Across the country, the number of battery fires caused by e-scooters and e-bikes has increased 4-fold since 2020, and battery fires in waste disposal rose 71% just in the last year. I'd like to thank at this point our emergency services for the amazing work that they do in responding to these fires as well as to other emergencies, and to inform and protect the public in relation to battery safety specifically. We as a council are also working hard on this issue. We've previously written to the government to advocate for improved legislation, safety guidelines and a public awareness campaign relating to the dangers of lithium-ion batteries in e-bikes and e-scooters. And we've been proactive in attempting to raise awareness among Cambridge residents of these risks and how to mitigate them. But there's always more we can and should be doing. This motion aims to catalyse action within the council's own work to raise awareness among Cambridge residents of the risks of lithium-ion batteries and to push for national action. We want to do further work with our colleagues on the Community Safety Partnership to better understand why and how battery fires happen and how we might prevent them. We want to develop guidance for our own staff and support our council tenants to store their e-bikes and their e-scooters safely. We want to renew our efforts to raise awareness of how people can safely use, store and dispose of lithium-ion batteries. And we want to express our support for the safety of electric-powered micro-mobility vehicles and lithium batteries bill, which is currently in the House of Lords. As you'll see from the motion text, this bill already has the support of many public bodies. The bill focuses on 3 main areas: a mandatory third-party assessment for all e-bikes, e-scooters and their lithium-ion batteries before they're made available for sale, regulations ensuring lithium-ion batteries are disposed of safely, and safe standards for conversion kits and for charging systems. I'm aware that Councillor Clough has submitted an amendment to this motion, and I thank him for doing so. He's made some helpful suggestions, but my feeling is that these are a bit broader than what I was aiming at with this motion, And my recommendation is therefore not to support the amendment, as I feel that by widening the scope of the motion to include, for example, EV charging, which is not directly relevant to what we're talking about, and mobility scooters, which clearly are extremely important for a lot of people, but seem at the moment to pose less of a fire risk and less of a rapidly increasing fire risk than e-scooters and e-bikes, I feel that the points raised in that amendment, whilst important in their own right, actually detract from that very specific and very direct message that we want to get across to residents about the fire risk from lithium-ion batteries, with a focus that is specifically on waste disposal and on e-bikes and e-scooters, where there seems to be this very fast-growing problem, which is extremely alarming. So returning to the substantive motion, I believe there are some really important measures here that we can take as a council to make sure our own practice is up to date and it's effective, and to keep our residents safe and to push for national action that will make a difference for people across the country. I urge councillors to support this motion.
I understand Councillor Gardner-Smith will be the seconder. You have 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 25 seconds to talk. And do you wish to speak now, or you wish to reserve your right? Thank you. Councillor Clow has given notice of an amendment which is contained within the page number 35 to 37 of the information pack. Councillor Tong will second the amendment. You have 10 minutes between you. Councillor Clow, please address the council. Thank you.
Firstly, I would like to thank Councillor Holloway for proposing this motion and attaching the very useful sets of links in his notes section. I don't think anyone could watch the video of Scott's story and how a hard young man lost his whole family in a single night to a battery fire without tearing up and realising that the risk of e-scooter fires within a house is an urgent public safety issue. That story shows that the risk of charging overnight in a small compact house or flat is particularly acute when there is limited or no fire protection between the charging location and the corridors that can be used to evacuate family members. I'd also like to thank my colleagues who have helped draft our amendment, which aims to bring two added dimensions: disability and planning guidance, thereby strengthening the impact of Councillor Holloway's motion. Firstly, by bringing in the needs of disabled people wanting to use battery-powered mobility scooters into discussion, and secondly, by raising some practical proposals which should start to set a standard for best practice for developers. We need to start the discussions now as part of preparation for the local plan, because it's better to get things right from the start than try to retrofit. Thank you.
Councillor Tong, would you like to speak now, or you reserve your right? You have 8 minutes, 13 seconds.
I would like to reserve my right, please.
Thank you. Are there any debates? Right, Councillor.
I just wanted to explain about why point 7 of the amendment I think is very well meant, but we're not able to accept it. So the members of the planning committee have been concerned about battery recharging spaces for new homes, and this has been discussed in recent committees. Insofar as the planning consideration, it's a health and safety issue and not a land use planning matter that the planning authority should claim to have any authority or responsibility for. To issue best practice guidance would be to put a form of responsibility on the planning service, which it does not have. And the same applies for building control service. The best that we can do is to formulate informatives which would extend the planning service's involvement. And this is something that we've already started. I think in the last 2 planning committees, we did ask for informators, and they have been put on the relevant planning approvals. And what I'll do is get the final wording that's been agreed and circulate that to all councillors. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hussain, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support this motion from my heart, this very good initiative to bring it forward. And I believe we are not doing enough, as Mas is just saying. We need to find the grassroots. All these incidents, we see the past, like a King Hedges on flat was set in fire, and Bean Lorry was in fire. So it is battery related matters. But main issue, most of them battery comes in a legal way, which one is European safety standard, but some still coming by ship and selling in Amazon, eBay, and different website. This is not enough safety standard. So as a council, we can do a local shop check what they're selling. Is it safety standard or not? And nationally, we need to find out who is the seller, who is the shipping illegal battery or equipment. We need to find out this issue as well. And we need to local residents to give enough education. The battery should not be put in green bin or wrap up in the black bin and throw their e-scooter in the black bin. When the lorry press this thing, it can be fire again. So I hope we can do everyone, whatever our hand in the power, we need to educate the people and prevent all the illegal selling or handling all the wrong cord, charging cord. So we need to stop this thing. And other side council can do some electric charging point as the electric vehicle charging point. There's some e-scooter or any other things who want to charge in outside. We need to some facility for them rather than they take the e-scooter in the block building in their flat and charging in overnight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
More, please.
Sorry, I really didn't want to speak, but I just have to say, to be very, very clear, you should not put any batteries in any of your bins. There are that's whether they're small little AA batteries or the lithium-ion ones or any equipment like vapes that has the batteries in. Because as we're all discussing, they are a huge fire risk, they're a danger to our waste crews. Obviously, if they have a fire, it's very unpleasant for everyone in the local area, and it can be quite costly. But also batteries themselves are very poisonous and polluting, and so they should be recycled so that you can do that by putting them in a little plastic bag that you just hang on the handle of your blue bin, and they will be recycled. Or there are locations all around the city where you can recycle batteries, including in many shops. Thank you.
Dikovic, please.
Thank you. I want to commend Councillor Holloway for bringing this motion in because it's quite timely. I don't know if people remember the exploding Samsung Galaxies that happened many years ago. Those were lithium batteries. So I think this has been an issue it's a long time coming. But then also, it should be, we should talk about this without absence of looking at the wider context of cause and effect. We're already feeling the effects in the safety of our residents in having and using lithium batteries. But if we look at the residents that actually have to feel the effects of the extraction of lithium and the pollution and the environmental costs and the health costs associated with lithium extraction, we're seeing the EU has an agreement at the moment with Serbia, with Rio Tinto for the extraction of lithium, and there have been mass protests against that, and obviously in other developing countries. So I think we also need to be aware, or at least be conscious of the impacts and the wider impacts that that it affects, obviously, not just local residents here, but the people in developing countries which actually have to face these impacts, yeah.
Thank you. Are there any other debate? Oh, sorry, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Holloway for bringing this motion forward. I live just around the corner from Sackville Close, and I still remember looking out the window and I saw the posts on the sort of local Facebook groups, and you could see that the sky lit up ablaze, and you just felt the shockwave in the community the next day. It was during the King's Hedges by-election, and I think we all felt a real moment of reflection. And I know we'd like to take time this evening to remember the lives tragically lost there and the families affected. For me, as an electric bike owner, it was also probably the first time I actually educated myself about the risks around the lithium batteries. And I think probably for many of us, we simply didn't realise just the risks that can be associated with them. So I think this motion is very correct and very timely. And I think it's good to see some national legislation starting to be developed in this area as well. Interestingly, eBay announced on Tuesday that they're also going to clamp down on the sale of e-bikes and e-bike batteries. So going forward, they'll only allow sales from what they're calling eligible business sellers, and there'll be a criteria for what that means. So clearly this is generating sort of traction to receive the joint up approach it requires. I do think that it's important that we take the tone of not to scaremonger, and actually there is a great deal of positives to be had around the e-scooters and the e-bikes as well, which lithium batteries enable. Two quite reputable e-bike insurers have found recently that an e-bike battery fire is as likely as a car fire. So while we should inform, I think also we need to be careful not to take the tone to warn people away from using these. And it's for that reason, really, while I appreciate Councillor Thornborough's points around the Green Amendment, I think we do support it in the principle of embracing the inclusivity that e-bikes can offer as well. So we will support it. I think there is a real concern that I hear noted across the chamber around the lack of space within some housing for the charging points to do that safely. So therefore, the motion does have our full support. And I think with the acknowledgement that we really hope we can find a way forward to champion the safe use of lithium batteries, not to restrict e-bike users, but to make sure it's done safely. Thank you.
Anyone else want to talk? Yeah, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, this feels like it's going a little bit off tangent, but as Councillor Divkovich has introduced it, I think we can't, or as a national government who is now in power, talk on one hand about growth and on the other hand about not using technology such as lithium-ion batteries, with almost every single device that we now own and use is reliant on. So we can't on one hand be saying we want a massive growth economy, but at the same time we can't access these technologies. So there has to be priority about making the technology safer. No doubt when for early cars were brought in, there were major safety hazards, and as there is with any new technology. So absolutely priority to make this technology safer, and of course is recycled as much as possible. So yeah, I would not want that to be confused, as Councillor Payne has brought up with those mixed endeavours. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? In that case, Councillor Tong, as the seconder of the amendment, do you wish to speak now?
I will, yeah. I'd firstly like to thank everybody for the debate. I think it's a really interesting and important discussion to have. I would also like to thank Councillor Holloway for bringing this motion forward. I do think it's a really good motion. I just think some of the suggestions we've made have a natural extension on it. I can't remember all of the points that have been raised, so I don't think I'll be able to respond to all of them. But to just briefly comment on Councillor Thornborough's suggestion about point 7, we do mention in informatives as one of the things that we want to create a more standardised template for, just to make it easier going forward when these technologies obviously are going to become more and more prevalent, something that is mentioned by Councillor Holloway at the very start of the motion. Yeah, I'll just leave it there. Thank you for everyone.
Councillor Gardner-Smith asked the seconder of the original motion. Do you wish to speak now?
Yes. So I'm going to try and keep this brief to meet your 11 p.m. deadline. But I think it's good that we are ending on a note of consensus around this, and I particularly want to echo the thoughts for the family members of those that lost their lives in the terrible tragedy in Sackville Close. Also wanted to, I know Councillor Holloway mentioned the fire service. I also think we should recognise the work of the waste disposal teams and the bin men and women who, you know, are put at more exposed risk as a result of people not disposing of particularly e-bike batteries in the correct way. And as the motion states, that should be to take it to a household waste disposal unit to dispose of. So I think it's good that there is broad consensus on this. I mean, just to pick up on a couple of points, I know Councillor Thornborough mentioned the point on the amendment, point 7. You know, and I would just echo what Councillor Holloway said, which is that although the amendment, I think, is well-intentioned, the specific point of this motion, I think, is to really convey a very clear public safety message. And so it's particularly focused on e-bikes and e-scooters. And in fact, the point that Councillor Hussain made, which is that, and actually Councillor Payne made, which is that this is not all e-bikes or e-scooters too. And, you know, we're a cycling capital here in Cambridge, and we're proud of that. We are seeing a big expansion of e-bikes in particular, and that's a good thing because in general they are safe, but it is particularly those e-bikes and e-scooters that are found on online marketplaces, the converter kits that are bought, and the universal chargers that people buy, not realising that these are very dangerous. So I think echoing the words about, you know, the importance of e-bikes in the transition to net zero, but also recognising that they're, you know, if bought without awareness about the risks from online marketplaces, and they can be very dangerous. So I think I will leave it there because we're about 1 minute to 11 p.m. But I want to second the motion and thank members.
Councillor Holloway, as the mover of the original motion, the floor is for you for 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone, for an excellent debate. We've gone through the reasons why I don't think we will accept the amendment. However, I think in general there is consensus. This is a very important issue. I'd be happy to discuss those other issues raised in a separate forum. So thank you very much, everyone, and good night.
Thank you. Members, we will now move to the electronic vote on the amendment. Yeah, it's 413 and against 23. Therefore, the amendment has not carried. Now, members, we will now move to the vote as the original motion. Antoinette, you have not voted. Antoinette? Oh, sorry, Councillor Nestor. Yes? Yeah. So now the motion has carried unanimously. Now, agenda item 9, written questions. Members are asked to note the written questions and answers contained within the information pack on page 39 to 41. And thank you. That now concludes the council meeting. Please could members take their own rubbish home or dispose of it in the bin provided and return any used glasses to the red tray outside the committee room.
please conclude the meeting, producer, and end live stream. Thank you.